Destiny lore and stories, there's tons of it. Some people enjoy listening and watching videos, but for others it might put them to sleep. So why not make a video for both? Here's a bunch of random Destiny stories and lore thrown together. I've made several videos like this in the past, so hope you enjoy. Let's talk about some fun raid boss facts. This video will contain the main raid bosses from every Destiny 1 and 2 release. Alongside that, some of the mini bosses as well, like say the Bathers from the Leviathan for example, just to add a little bit of extra flair. If you have some more cool facts about raid bosses or the raids themselves, be sure to leave them in the comments down below. Sources like Destinypedia and Ishtar are also in the description. We first start with Destiny's first ever raid, the Vault of Glass. Not too long into the mission, you'll encounter the Templar. The Templar and the Oracles guard the way into the deeper Vault of Glass. Legends say that the Oracles foresee what is to come, a world as the Vex desire it, and that the Templar has the power to shape reality to match the Oracle's design, expunging any threats. The Templar was responsible for controlling time and reality inside the vault. In the caves just before a jumping puzzle, you'll encounter some weird harpy-like enemies called the Gorgons. Like the Oracles and the Templar, the Gorgons reputedly possess the ability to define what is and is not real. Whatever they perceive becomes subject to erasure at their will. And until a countermeasure can be found, Guardians must avoid their gaze at all costs, or reply to any detection with immediate, overwhelming force, so a lot of rockets. This seems to only work inside the vault though. It would kinda suck if Gorgons were everywhere. So anytime you've wiped to the Gorgons, you technically don't exist anymore, lost in the dark corners of time. Atheon was one of the most powerful Vex and had control over the Vault of Glass and its confluxes. Atheon was able to control time streams, which explains why the Guardian is sent to different points in time throughout the encounter. At one point there were various cheeses where the Guardians could just push Atheon off the map, although this is not canon. 6 of them went down into the pit, and only 1 of them crawled out. The Crota's End raid has some interesting encounters like the Abyss, searching through the dark with hive lanterns as thralls emerge out of nowhere and scratch and claw at the Guardians with all their might. The first real boss you'll encounter though is the Death Singer. And just like the name describes, Ir-Yût and other specific wizards can sing the death song, which literally kills anyone who can hear its melody. The song is death. To hear it is to die. To know the words is mortal. Tolan the Shattered, a legendary character from the lore and a member of Eris's fire team, died to the Death Singer specifically. Here's what the death song sounds like, by the way. Plug your ears. Crota is the son of Oryx. Simple fact. But did you know that Crota is the reason the Vex exist in our reality? One day, billions of years ago, under guidance from cunning Savathûn, Crota cut a tear into space which led to the Vex network. Oryx would then exile Crota for a time, but it didn't stop the Vex from pouring into our reality. The Taken King's King's Fall raid. After successfully passing the totems, you'll be granted access to the next area by the War Priest. The War Priest was a devout follower of the Sword Logic and was responsible for claiming 585 worlds. This hive was very high up in the ranks in terms of working closer to Oryx. His tribute from killing massive amounts of enemies and worlds tithed directly to the Taken King. The War Priest learned how to make an Oversoul from Crota. In the slimy pits of Oryx's Dreadnought, you'll encounter Golgoroth. Xol created Golgoroth to kill Oryx. Oryx used his Tablets of Ruin, which he created to speak to the darkness, we believe the Witness, and learn the power to take. He put one of these tablets inside Golgoroth, and we've seen these things multiple times in-game. Golgoroth has a pretty unique design, and I don't think we've ever seen another ogre look like this. The Daughters of Oryx are twin death singers that invented the Oversoul. Sure, their brother Crota used it, but they came up with the idea. The daughters were instrumental in guiding the dark rituals of the Hive and were stationed in Oryx's throne world, using that same death song you heard from other Hive entities. Oryx the Taken King was originally named Arash, a female Krill who took the king morph and became Oryx the Taken King. Oryx's ravenous heart was used to create the Touch of Malice, and he is different in the fact that his throne world isn't in an ascendant plane or specific location. He actually turned his throne world inside out and it was connected to the top of the Dreadnought. Wrath of the Machine brought Siva-infected Fallen to the Plague Lands. At the beginning of that raid, you'll encounter Vasek the Archpriest, who is a general of the Devil Splicers. He wasn't quite as high up as Axis in the chain of command, but he did manage to integrate Siva into most of his body, along with other enhancements like a Scorch Cannon for an arm. Axis Archon Prime was the leader of this whole Siva operation. Axis was more machine than Fallen at this point, not needing ether to survive. All Fallen need ether, but not Axis. Axis was one of the most powerful Fallen, and his enhancements led him and the Splicers to believe that Siva could allow them to become gods. Destiny 2's release brought the Leviathan raid. In the Royal Pools, you can encounter the Bathers. These aren't raid bosses, but smaller enemies you'll encounter along your journey. What's interesting is that these Bathers are Cabal clones that you encounter in the Royal Pools. These are genetic clones created by Calus, and when they crawl out of those baths, they are only minutes or seconds old before you slay them. Aboard the Leviathan, taking a tour, you'll also find yourself in the Pleasure Garden of the Warbeasts. Loyalist Warbeasts are albino and reside in the Pleasure Gardens. Warbeasts in early Cabal culture were seen as companions and bonded often with their owners. They were later converted into more of a military asset. Keitel actually had her own warbeast named Milos or Milos, but Calus had it butchered.
Huh. Cabal really do love their warbeasts. I wonder if this was a specific one.
Milos, Keitel's first war beast. I gifted it to her when she was just a girl. She was so very attached to it. Too attached. I had it butchered. It felt insulting for her to love an animal more than her father.
In the Gauntlet, you'll find Counselors, one of the only Scions to have their face revealed, especially in battle, and it could definitely be pretty scary looking. They float in these immobile bubbles that the Guardian must enter to take them out. And then we come to the man himself, Emperor Calus, or rather a different version of him. Calus could create clones, and he also had tons of robot clones of himself, or just robots. Turns out the Guardian actually fought one of these in the Leviathan raid, and witnessed an entire corridor of robotic bodies just afterwards. We didn't actually encounter the real Calus physically until Lightfall, which is actually pretty crazy. We heard his voice many times through Season of Opulence and things like that, but his partnership with the Witness would transform him and the Guardians would have to take him out.
I've been waiting for this day a long time. Let us revel in this exquisite moment.
There were tons of cloning operations aboard the Leviathan, not just for Calus but also for his armies and even Shadow Legion later on. The Leviathan was also home to a couple of other raids. The next one was the Eater of Worlds. Here you'll find Argos, who's one of the biggest raid bosses in Destiny history. Not anywhere in size compared to the Witness, Oryx, and others, but still pretty big for a Vex enemy, and at the time was the biggest. Nessus was home to Argos, but it got sucked up in the Leviathan when it began consuming parts of the planetoid, and Calus didn't know what to do, so he called the Guardians to deal with the threat. The last raid layer was called the Spire of Stars, and in the final boss room you encounter Val Kaur. Kaur tried to take over Gaul's position after his death in the Red War and then infiltrated the Leviathan. He was killed, but what many people don't even remember is that Xivu Arath resurrected him in Season of the Deep. I didn't even know this until researching it for this video. The Last Wish raid brought us to the Dreaming City to slay a Wish Dragon. Kali was a Coven mother and one of Mara's most prestigious Techeuns. Shiro-Chi is also a Techeun but was a bodyguard for Mara Sov. These are the same characters you saw back in the Taken King when Mara and all of them were sort of killed. The massive ogre Morgoth was taken and stationed here to protect the entrance to Riven. This is one of the largest ogres we've ever seen. Fogoth may be bigger, but I'm not exactly sure. He's also one of the only ogres that have this taken mass of corruption on the back side of its body. We then come to Riven, who has many facts. Riven helped construct the Dreaming City with her wish magics. She can shapeshift into almost anything. Lore cards mention she was a needle-nosed basilisk or a giant serpent. Riven was gifted to Mara by Aldrin when they came back to the solar system, and she was also responsible for Aldrin's corruption, the Scorn creation, and the Dreaming City curse. Scourge of the Past and the bowels of the city brought us to Insurrection Prime, one of the first ever fallen brigs we witnessed in-game. The Insurrection Prime is piloted by a Prime Servitor. You think it could be maybe a drag or something small, but it's actually just a servitor inside there, the same one you see during the damage phase. This brig was created using stolen Black Armory technology, and the Fallen would later further develop these in expansions like Beyond Light, creating their own. The empty robot carcass and servitor shell of Insurrection Prime was later seen in the Batsa district of the House of Light in Season of Plunder, the remnants of this previous battle.
Here lies the remnants of Kel's Scourge, a dark period in Eliksni history. After the whirlwind, many Eliksni were overcome by feelings of hopelessness. They were homeless, hungry, and hunted by guardians and Hive alike. So when Civix founded Kel's Scourge, promising to return Eliksni to power with ancient weaponry, many were drawn to his call.
Season of Opulence brought us back to Calus's Leviathan once more and the Crown of Sorrow raid. In the Crown of Sorrow's final boss room, you'll encounter Galron, who was born in those royal pools, was a giant bather, and was immediately summoned by Calus just a few hours old. Galron's purpose? To control the Hive. He put on the Crown of Sorrow, a Hive artifact that instead instantly corrupted him. Calus seems to have many issues aboard his Leviathan and always seems to need the Guardian's help. Galron is one of the biggest Cabal enemies we faced. In essence, a big baby. For Garden of Salvation, we'll group the Consecrated and Sanctified Minds together. Not much is known about these entities lore-wise, other than their main goal, it would seem, worship and interact with darkness and the Witness. It is speculated though that the two members of the Kentarch 3 fire team that went into the Black Garden and died became the Minds respectively. The Deepstone Crypt, Atrax 1, is the first fallen Exo ever. Obvious fact, but still pretty cool. We've only known Exos to be human ever since Clovis Bray created them during the Golden Age. Into the Light lore suggests that copies of Atrax still exist. The Hidden have relayed rumors that a copy of Atrax 1's mind exists, stored somewhere on Europa. This has yet to be verified. At least 2 of the initial 6 fireteam members that destroyed Atrax 1 believe they destroyed a clone and that the real Atrax 1 still lives. When you first meet Atrax here in this little mini cutscene, you'll also find Taniks, who scurries away. The question is, what can't you say about Taniks? Taniks killed Andal Brask, Cade's great friend and former Hunter Vanguard. Taniks was one of the first Fallen to carve his own path and not follow the rules of the traditional houses, becoming a mercenary. Eventually, Taniks got all these cyber enhancements and became more machine than biological entity. I mean, just look at him in the final encounter. He just hovers around there, doesn't even have legs. Vow of the Disciple took us to the first Disciple's pyramid ship in Savathûn's throne world. Slain by the intrepid fire team that stormed the sunken pyramid in the fetid court of Savathûn, the Caretaker is a being of which we know little. It resembles a scorned abomination, but has been the subject of several experiments and is believed to have been a host to a worm. We know the Witness had many experiments aboard various pyramid vessels, and the Caretaker was an interesting subject, a scorned entity maybe with a worm inside. This could have been the beginning of Ralk and the Witness's experiments into what would become the Dread. Ralk, the first disciple of the Witness, destroyed his entire species with guidance by said entity. Ralk's eyes have mysterious symbols which we've speculated about in the past. His pyramid ship also contained a prophecy where the Witness would invade Earth and kill blank. The Root of Nightmares raid takes place on another pyramid ship, but this time it was the Witness's. Lightfall's raid brought us the first enemy called Zoark, Explicator of Planets. Zoark was a clone belonging to the Shadow Legion. Into the Light lore told us that Zoark had a goal of his own: search for Cabal worlds that were seized by the Witness and the Black Fleet. That is interesting because we don't know if the Witness ordered this, so why do it? There are many mysteries involving Cabal worlds like the Athenaeum World X, and vast repository worlds that held Cabal secrets. Might we visit one of these in the future? Could be interesting for sure. Nezarec was killed by Savathûn during the collapse, and she cursed his remains. These are the same remains we were searching for in Season of Plunder, these urn relics. Nezarec's original species is unknown, although it's believed he was shaped in other disciples' image like Ralk. Ralk was sort of used as a blueprint for further disciples. Nezarec does have a close relationship to Scions in the past, and although dead, can exist through multiple forms and weapons, like the Delicate Tomb, Nezarec's Whisper, and even back on Neomuna in places like the Cloud Ark. The Salvation's Edge raid, the final chapter in Destiny 2's Light and Darkness saga. There's only a couple of enemies here, and the first one is the Herald of Finality. The crazy thing is, we don't know who this entity is. It does seem to be a taken fallen enemy who resembles Tanic somewhat, the headdress at least. Others speculate it could be a long-lost Khal of the Fallen called Chelchis, who was partially taken a time ago by Oryx. Doom of Chelchis, the taken king weapon, may sound familiar. As that story goes, Chelchis was the Khal of the House of Stone and made a brave last stand on the fallen homeworld Rhys before it was destroyed during the Whirlwind. Unfortunately though, we literally don't know. There's no lore on this Herald of Finality character at all. They did seem pretty important though, as the Witness had them defending the monolith in the Final Shapes raid. You could say a lot about the Witness, the Light and Dark saga's final antagonist. Here's a cool lore fact: the species that became the Witness, the precursors, once used the power of the Traveler to build great tools and terraform planets. In the Collector's Edition lore book they said, "I've wielded the Gardener's tools before, but never at such scale. I've unfurled the pergola to capture what I need to weave each planet's atmosphere." So some of the weapons in this video are gods or enemies we've turned into weapons, some even allies, and other weapons are basically AI themselves, controlling their own abilities and mechanics with the Guardian. I tried to find the most important ones, but if you have some other cool examples, leave them in the comments. To counter Oryx's potential defeat, the plan was to prepare a book, the Books of Sorrow, which is metaphorically described as a map to a weapon. The weapon represents Oryx's entire being and philosophy. His belief is that the Vanquisher will seek out this weapon through the book, understanding Oryx's past intentions and strategies. By using the weapon, the Vanquisher will essentially become Oryx, embodying their essence and mission, thus ensuring his ideologies and existence persist indefinitely. This concept of mutual defeat, correction, and amalgamation into a single omnipotent philosophy is seen as a path to eternal life, ensuring that Oryx's influence and presence continue regardless of the outcome or any confrontation, which we know he was killed by our guardian. So the idea behind it is Oryx and his beliefs will live forever. Some believe there's a piece of him actually inside this weapon, but what I just explained is what the lore card basically says. Oryx wanted this weapon to be built, and since it was built by Eris and the Guardian, through the sword logic and this infinite killing, he's able to persist. Whisper of the Worm is very similar to Touch of Malice, but instead of Oryx, it's the worm god Xol who literally becomes the weapon. Xol, will of the thousands, perished but was not destroyed. Death is a road, death is metamorphosis, the unsacred union between destroyer and destroyed. The might which defeats a god is also the ambrosia that God craves. The meat-sweet logic of existence asserted by violence, the binomial decision between two ways of being which deny each other. In dying, Xol fed richly. Now came Xol unto the taken upon Io, who fed Xol with plunder and tried to make of it an idol and commanding will. Yet Xol was bound joyously to the very logic that sustained it in its death. It wanted the sword proof, the single proof. It wanted to become a rule which divided the mighty living from the mighty dead. So it whispered the anthem anatheme, the temptation to dominate the objective universe with subjective will. I shall be an engine to make your desire hegemon over your conditions. It said, wield me, and use me to test your foe. This was its worship, Ayat. So despite Xol's physical death, its essence persists, embodying the concept that death is not an end, but a transformation and a union between the conqueror and the conquered. Xol introduces that anthem anatheme we've seen before with creatures like the Ahamkara as well, a concept that tempts beings to impose their will upon the universe, suggesting that through domination and the subjective will, one can control reality. Xol offers itself as a tool for this domination, urging others to wield it against their enemies, and Guardians would definitely do that with an exotic weapon like this. Nezarec has had many tombs. The fourth tomb of Nezarec, a pyramid on the moon, parts of his body on the witness's pyramid ship. The god of nightmares filters through the Vex network and even in weapons like the delicate tomb. Although he killed Nezarec in Lightfall's raid and he would appear to be dead for now, it would seem there's still a possibility for him to return in one of his many forms, as many different characters do throughout Destiny. They mistake the vessel for its contents. They confuse the pieces with the whole. They see their imprisonment as empowerment. They are hostages of their flesh, unable to see without vision, unable to hear without sound, unable to slake their thirst for fear of drowning. Their ignorance is their saving grace, yet one among them understands in their limited fashion. They pour from one vessel to another, a welcome change, a new form, another method of gifting death. I am made finite, personal, bright and delicate to hide my true form, an intimacy. They think me contained, but I am instead diffused as vapor upon the wind. Once again, I am becoming. This one was definitely strange at the time. We hadn't seen Nezarec yet when the Delicate Tomb came out, I believe, in Season of Plunder. And during Lightfall, you can equip certain pieces of armor and gear tied to Nezarec to hear those secret whispers around Neomuna when he just broke out before the raid took place. Nezarec has been contained in many tombs, and the Delicate Tomb is just one of them. In Destiny 1, players could acquire the Husk of the Pit common auto rifle, a simple hive weapon which could be upgraded into something terrifying. After getting 500 kills with the Husk of the Pit and using an embalming orb purchased from Eris, you could upgrade the weapon into the Eidolon Ally. Collect hive power by traversing the Abyss and defeating Crota. This was the next step. Hive energy courses through the Eidolon Ally. Only their blood will feed its hunger, the Speaker. The next step was killing Crota and acquiring the Crux of Crota to upgrade the weapon to its final exotic state, the Necrochasm. The Necrochasm is a hive weapon of sorrow. We crafted in this way in Destiny 1, which uses parts of the hive, even that Crux of Crota, but in Destiny 2 we learned Id Orb the original was created by Enkar the Anointed, and it worked by feeding on the owner's power and killing. Like Touch of Malice and Whisper of the Worm, Riven seems to employ the same tactic with her Ahamkara magic for the 1000 voices. After her death, the Guardian has a possibility to obtain this weapon from one of the chests in Riven's chamber. Its lore tab speaks about wishes and how they can manifest certain things, also Riven's control over the wielder, the Wisher. I can be anyone you wish, O murderer mine. Language is a virus that infects the minds of humans. A single word will drive them to rage or lust or weeping. Oh, for the right word said in the right voice. Oh, to see their hearts well with longing. Oh, to see their desire laid bare in their chest, so juicy and succulent for the taking. The tab uses metaphorical language to explore themes of power, influence, and the profound impact of words and communication on human emotion and behavior. Like Whisper, we assume part of this weapon is Riven, bones, power, and trickery. This next one really showcases the power of the Guardian and their issue with stuffing gods into guns, with the help of Queen Mara. Savathun got rid of her worm with the help of Mara and her Techeuns back in Season of the Lost and the beginning of Witch Queen. Mara was able to keep the worm alive for the Guardian to obtain secrets about the Witness and Savathun. The Queen promised a pact with the worm that she'd find it a new host after the Witch Queen. And at the end of this quest, we stuff it into a weapon and give it to our Guardian.
Fear swells. Deception Queen.
What did you say?
Nothing. You heard that too?
The parasite. It speaks once again.
Wait, what is this? What have you done?
What I said I'd do. Provide you with a host. Though I guess this is really more a prison of light.
Not what we agreed!
Enough, worm. You'll live, just like you wanted.
The Deathbringer is another crazy weapon. The lore tab speaks of a concept known as the Song, which represents the ultimate form of destruction. The Song is described as an antithesis of creation, embodying destruction through its sullen frequencies that lead to ruin. This, of course, is talking about the death song that the Death Singers sing, and the speaker of this tab is believed to be Toland the Shattered. The Death Singers are a certain hive wizard that sing this death song, and when the song ends, if anyone hears it, they're going to die. This is how Toland and many others were killed on the moon. The cool thing about Deathbringer is that it sort of harnesses this song and its power to cause this destruction that the weapon rains down. Now, it's not really an enemy of sorts, it's the song, but still really cool. So we've seen alien gods and their worms get shoved into weapons, but guardians can as well. Omar Aga, a member of Eris Morn's fire team, was killed by the hive on the moon. Throughout the hive's experiments, Omar's soul was conjured into a small hive bug of sorts. I knew it, knew I'd be back one day, only this time I was something else, something not human. Not by choice, of course. Those damn hive. They weren't just trying to kill me, they were using me to get to my light, to drain it from my soul for their sick experiments. So they tried to drain Omar's light directly from his soul itself, but messed up, thus he became Bug. Eris Morn helped us turn this new bug form into a weapon of destruction, the Xenophage. Upon reloading, you can actually see the bug inside the weapon itself, and from concept art, of course. So there's some stories about gods and weapons. There's also certain weapons in Destiny that seem to have their own sentience or artificial intelligence. Thank you for using the Data Analysis, Reconnaissance, and Cooperative Intelligence device. You may call me Darcy. That first opening line establishes Darcy not just as a weapon, but as a companion designed to assist Guardians with data analysis, reconnaissance missions, and strategic cooperation. Apparently, there's a community of these intelligent armaments that stays in contact with each other through the exchange of telemetry, and they even gossip at some length about the habits of their wielders. Darcy says, "All I wish for is a partnership with a Guardian who appreciates the passacaglia of combat, a Guardian who will stay up late gaming out tactical scenarios, a Guardian who I hope may very well be you." Merciless is another one of these sentient-like weapons. The lore card for this weapon describes an experimental approach to the weapon's development, where the weapon is enhanced with an artificial intelligence that is directly integrated into its operating systems. The AI is not just any AI, but one specifically designed to fully comprehend and pursue the weapon's primary purpose. AI that is deeply synced with both the firing and targeting mechanisms. This suggests a seamless interface where the AI can control or influence the weapon's actions directly, making decisions in real time to achieve the goals. It'll react to certain failures by reassessing and refining its understanding of the target objective, and then adjust its functionality to more aggressively pursue success. I haven't used this weapon much in Destiny 2 and didn't really know this about the story until now, so hopefully you learned something as well. The Redjacks managed to unlock the weapon's logs, discovering it was designed by primitive AI for a group named Mida, involved in guerrilla warfare on Mars. The logs for the Mida multi-tool suggest that Mida's actions resulted in significant casualties, highlighting the weapon's lethal efficiency and turbulent history on Mars itself. Now, if you didn't know, the Mida's lore tab is an Easter egg and has close ties to Bungie's Marathon. possibly where the weapon came from, a different timeline. It still speaks of an AI that assembled the weapon though, and is responsible for the weapon's actions, which is interesting. Super good advice. Engineers decry the idea that all smart systems spontaneously develop personalities and awareness, but it seems undeniable that super good advice manifests personality, memory, and certain sass. The truth may lie in the weapon's connection to the legendary hunter Fahanin, who witnessed the fall of Kabir and became terrified of traveling alone. The super good advice has smart rounds that report their trajectories to the weapon, and a microtransmat protocol recalls missed shots directly to the magazine. So Guardians, there you have the backstory behind certain weapons, alien gods shoved within them, Guardian allies, and weapons that have their own sentience. Guardians shouldn't look into their past lives, but some of them do anyway. Remember that Anna Bray told us this, and Warmind was a central part of that story. Anna was a part of the Bray family. She died, became a Guardian, fought some wars on Earth. But as time went on, she began to think, who was I before? What is this name badge on my hip? She would then go on to scour Mars and Venus for Warmind bunkers, even sneaking into Vanguard archives in the city to point her in the right direction, eventually finding Cameron, who gave her Owl Sector access, and then proceed to explore those Warmind bunkers. Anna Bray was integral in helping us learn more about the Bray Corporation, her alongside her sister Elsie, who pretty much now at this point know most of everything about their family's history, Golden Age, and further.
Guardians aren't supposed to investigate their past. That's the rule. But I'm not good with rules. Not when there's this much at stake. The Clovis Bray tech in that building allowed us to colonize the system during the Golden Age. They, sought to create peace for all humanity. Which is ironic, because they also built Rasputin, the single most powerful weapon in the solar system.
Hello, Guardian.
Oh, Shanks.
What do you think you're doing? Do you have any idea how dangerous this thing is? You belonged in the city. But instead of standing by your brothers and sisters when Gaul came for us, you were here, doing what you always do. What you were never supposed to do.
I did what I believed to be right.
Next up, take a look at Crow, who was revived and knew nothing about Aldrin Sov, the terror he unleashed upon the reef and the ruling in the shore. Thanks to certain plot events, he too would go down a path of wanting to learn who he was, why everyone hated him. Savathun eventually revealed all of his memories of Aldrin to him. And it's in moments like these for both Anna and Crow that epic plot moments and twists can emerge. Aldrin killed Cade, Bray family secrets on Mars.
Just let me speak to Savathun, please.
No. I won't give that witch another chance to dig her claws into you.
Why do you have such a problem with me, Petra? 5 minutes, that's all I'm asking.
The Queen of the Reef forbids it.
Don't come any closer. What did you show him?
Everything.
No, wait!
The story of Guardians who look into their past lives can be one of the most intriguing parts, honestly. If you think about it, it could be the perfect plot for some movie. Our next Guardian takes us to Micah 10 of the Six Coyotes, the vendor we've come to know from the final shape and some lore. On Europa, we took part in the Deep Stone Crypt raid, but despite what we've seen, so much more of this place remains. We really didn't even enter the crypt itself. And it's a shame we haven't got to explore that a little bit further after Beyond Light. It would have been cool. Imagine actually exploring it in, say, a dungeon, which many people have wanted for a while. We've talked about Micah's story in the past. Europa was her home before she was a Guardian, before she became an Exo. In new lore from the Embraced Identity weapon, she breaks into a Braytech facility to learn about who she was. A cutting laser bathes Frostcake steel in sparks of molten metal. The light burns orange, tracing an elliptical path until the section of bulkhead can be pushed away. It lands on the floor of the chamber with a resounding clang, dislodging icicles from the ceiling in a heavy indoor snowfall. Micah 10 slides through the still glowing opening, surveying the ice-encrusted facility beyond the breach. She finds is a labyrinth of catwalks, debris-blocked corridors, and still functioning machinery dating back to the age before the collapse. An hour into the guts of the European facility, Micah's ghost springs up over her shoulder in a cackle of light. "The power conduit's coverage in a room just past here," she says, shining a light on a nearby door that glitters with hoarfrost. "Thank you, Mihailova." Micah gently knocks her helmet against her ghost. With a steady hand, she scrapes away the frost from the door, revealing a Braytech logo stenciled on its surface. She and Mihailova share a look of trepidation. Then, with tremendous strength, Micah wrenches the frozen door open and steps into the data center. It takes hours to scan the racks for operational data, and even longer to sort corrupted files from salvageable ones. But it isn't salvage Micah is here for. An icy sheen has collected on both Micah and Mihailova in the time they spent scanning the archive, processing thousands of files, searching for a single one with the benefit of a functioning index, a needle in a haystack, until the soft gasp that escapes from Micah tells her ghost that the search is over. Micah immediately pulls a cable from the back of her neck, spooling it out to interface with the archive. She loads the file she'd been searching for, the one she'd hoped for, the answer, her answer. Exomind Project, file, index number corrupt, age 17, gender female, height 167 centimeters, weight 54 kilograms, class A6, resident. Micah rests her hand on the flickering screen displaying the file. A partial record of a lifetime, fragments of the past, pieces of her, pieces of identity, of self, answers to the dreams that have haunted her since Mihailova first woke her up. Permission be damned. "It's nice to meet you," she whispers, beginning the download. Micah Abram. So this information is still stored at Braytech facilities. It took her an hour just to get to this location to the data center, and then even more hours to scan through all of the files, so you can just imagine how big this place might be. Micah learned her old name, Micah Abram, how much she weighed, how tall she was, and where she came from. In her dialogue, she goes more in depth, even explains how she knew Cade in his early Exo days, likely from this information she found.
Europa, I ain't even there, and I can feel all that cold in my bones.
Do you remember Europa, Cade?
Bits and pieces, yeah. I ain't a big fan of numbers lower than 6, but there's still pieces of them here, rattling chains, haunting.
Cade, do you remember anything from your first Exo incarnation?
Some. Ain't exactly happy to talk about what I do, either.
Was there a child?
I think. I don't know. I remember bits and pieces, shadows of faces. It's all a jumble, Micah. Why?
It's nothing. They can wait for a more private moment.
Never told anyone this, but I knew Cade. Before he was a Guardian. Before I was a Guardian. We were both on Europa before the collapse. I found out about it after the Braytech facilities on Europa were unearthed. I know Guardians aren't supposed to go digging into their past, but I did. I found my Exomind archive. I found myself. Micah Abram. I grew up on Europa, and even then I was struggling to understand my identity in so many ways. As a child, I was having dreams, visions sent to me by the Traveler. I didn't understand them then, but I do now. It was preparing me for this, for loss, for losing people like Anwar, like Cade. Cade was the personal bodyguard of an Ishtar Collective researcher named Maya Sundarish. He was an exo before I entered the program. He helped me. When my fathers were away on work, Cade would talk to me, play cards, teach me how to cope with isolation. Cade doesn't remember. And that's okay. I can hug him one last time and remind him that he was missed, that he saved me.
Many characters have tread this path. They seek to learn who they were. Some wake up with journals and name tags. Others get memories through Exomind Project glitches and projects they find. Could these memory banks on Europa be the key to some future event? Maybe Bungie continues down Clovis Bray's crazy path. We know the Fallen succeeded once, maybe they once again break in and try to create exo bodies or some other enemy race. Imagine we get to explore the crypt further. Maybe you find bodies of all the converted exos, their human bodies, the actual data center, an icy canyon of disposed exo parts, I don't know. If not in-game in say a new dungeon, which is a wish at this point, hopefully in more lore to come, and even in movies or TV shows if they get to that. In the new lore card for Icebreaker, it brings up an ancient human city here on Earth. One that had concept art in the early days of Destiny's creation, and one that would get stories of monsters in tunnels and gravity-based weapons. If you haven't caught on so far, it's none other than Old Chicago and its swampy remnants. Before we dive further into its backstory, let's take a look at the new lore from the Icebreaker. The Foundry is silent now. Shell casings litter the floor. They clatter away from the boot falls of the warlock Shayura as she weaves between the down chassis of the combat frames branded with the sigil of the Hake Foundry. Security is disabled, Shayura says over an encrypted channel. She's quick to cross the foundry floor, checking the disabled frames one by one as she progresses to a sealed vault door. The door's surface is marked with a glyph unfamiliar to her. It looks like a fishhook, or perhaps an anchor. Is this what we're looking for? Confirmed, that's the same symbol on the weapon the Vanguard recovered from Seraph Station. Golden Age, possibly older. Shayura extends one arm, wreathed in solar fire, and manifests a searing white dawn blade that she uses to cut through the door in a single stroke. Half of the vault door crashes to the floor and falls to the side, sizzling on a glowing hot edge. Shayura then floats into the air, drifting through the partial opening. We need any records we can find, anything where Braytech and Hake overlap. Shayura dispatches her ghost to scan rows of server racks containing decompiled engrams. Nearby weaponry is mounted on the vault walls. Prototype firearms, alien weapons, unrecognizable technology from across Sol. A sniper rifle of human design catches her eye, a red and gray body with some kind of thermoplating on the barrel. Her fingertips brush over the serial stenciled in on it, X032782. It's an icebreaker. She remembers when the Vanguard commissioned this design from Hake. Remembers when it was outlawed for being dangerous and unfit for duty. The design was later stolen and replicated. Hefting the icebreaker from the wall, Shayura turns to watch her ghost scan and download Hake's archives. Find what we're looking for? Skimming. I see some interesting details. Hake's Golden Age predecessor had a terrestrial office in what was once the city of Chicago. They were involved in the development of gravity-based weapons. No Braytech connections yet. Shayura freezes. Chicago? The tombs below Old Chicago haunt her periphery. Every ambient noise in the derelict foundry becomes a threat. She pushes past the fear, past the panic. That isn't now. What does Chicago have to do with anything? I'm not sure, her handler on the other end of the comms says. But whatever it is, it goes back a long, long time. We know that Icebreaker was created from several weapon foundries. Destiny 1's lore card said, "The Icebreaker series was a clandestine project developed by the Vanguard in conjunction with various city weapon foundries. Meant as an exploration of Golden Age weapon technology, the project was scrapped after only a single weapon reached the testing phase. The prototypes for the project's lone weapon are considered dangerous and unfit for field duty by the Vanguard. This hasn't stopped daring Guardians from seeking out the Icebreakers. Death, after all, is an occupational hazard." So a predecessor of Hake existed in Old Chicago, and they were creating gravity-based weapons. They had alien weapons in their vaults, and other unrecognizable technology from across our system. This goes back a long way, likely to the Golden Age and maybe even before that. And when it comes to said gravity weapons, we know one of these, and it's none other than Graviton Lance. So wait, that thing you found does what? It fires black holes. No, it doesn't. Oh yeah, it does. Actually, tiny bullet-sized black holes. Did you tell the others? Only that I found some weird gun in some overgrown tunnel back on Old Chicago. And that my ghost was all, "This is why we were led here." Yours talks that way too? What do you think? Okay, but the gun, are you going to tell them? Yeah, definitely. When? Crucible. Oh no. Oh yes. This manufacturer has a deep history leading back to the Golden Age. This is Hake I'm speaking of, not this predecessor. Hake worked with Clovis Bray as a contractor. They tried to harvest the power of the Darkness K1 anomaly back on the moon, which led to the creation of the Revision Zero. This seems to be the connection they make to the weapon recovered from the Seraph Station. Now, what's the importance of this warlock if you aren't familiar? Well, Shayura has a long and storied history in Destiny's lore. One of her first stories we heard was when she went to Old Chicago with her fire team. She would eventually get insane, get thrown in containment by the Vanguard, escaped, brought back to containment, and then was freed to fight forces of Xivu and the Witness around the final shape. In the new lore card, she finds the Icebreaker, which I'm assuming is more recent. But in one of those first stories, I believe around Season of the Hunt, she was in the tunnels of Old Chicago, and her fire team encountered a monster. I've studied the enemies of the light, and I don't know what lured us to that ruin in Old Chicago and killed all those Guardians, but I know it was hunting us. This thing we were hunting, it was smart, scary smart. It trapped us in the tombs below Old Chicago, picked off the other fire teams one by one. We tracked the thing all the way to the ruins of Old Chicago, down into the tombs. We weren't hunting it, it was luring us. So this was back around Season of the Hunt. This of course was when the Wrathborn enemies released, but to me and many others this sounds like something completely different. What it is, we don't know. Was it the Aphelion? Was it some monstrosity caused by radiation or some other alien race? I remember, Shayura finally replies, her own internal fears overlapping with memories of dark times that her fireteam experienced below the ruins of Chicago. I never forgot how abandoned we felt, Shayura adds, a tightness in her voice. The day Gauls stole the light, when we are so far from home, when we went from hunters to hunted. Another interesting question is who Shayura is speaking to over the comms in that lore card from the Icebreaker. It doesn't really give us any hints other than they're looking for this weaponry, but back in Season of the Deep's unexpected resurgence glaive lore, Shayura in a time of need and depression is looking for a friend and she finds one in someone tied to the cult of Osiris. Shayura kneels in front of a gilded copper pot and the young bonsai rising from inside it. Tucked away in the soil are the vertically sliced fragments of a ghost. The tree grows up around them, and where root and dirt meet, Shayura places a stick of lit incense. The bazaar is quiet as she lifts the freshly potted tree and places it on a low table overlooking the city the traveler once protected. "You are missed," Shayura whispers, brushing her fingertips against the soft branches. The remains of Reed Seven's ghost stare up at her. For a moment, she remembers seeing the cockpit of her jump ship littered with the ghosts of her victims. Yet her ghost was spared the witness's wrath. Aisha's too, but this pain isn't about her, it is selfish. Shayura's heart lurches and she tries to center herself. "I exalt my fire team." "Is that a prayer?" a woman asks behind her. Shayura quickly turns and spots a stranger approaching between stalls. She carries a glaive like a walking staff. Its design matches the ornate pattern of her robes, familiar, Osirian. "Of sorts," Shayura answers belatedly. The robed woman bows apologetic. "I ask for a moment of your time, Shayura." Hearing her name from the mouth of a stranger sets Shayura on edge. She glances at the memorial, then stands. "Please, leave me be." "My name is Sister Faora," the robed woman continues. "Devotee of Osiris, seeker of truth, outcast." The last title earns a squint from Shayura. "What do you want, outcast Faora?" Sister Faora gestures to herself with one hand. "Only to offer you something that few others would, given your history." Shayura raises a brow in challenge. Faora boldly meets it. Friendship. So Sister Faora seems to be one of the main leaders of the cult of Osiris, or was back in the day. She's the one who sent Brother Vance to the reef in Destiny 1. So this could be the voice that was speaking to her throughout the lore cards, this new friendship. The question is, why are they searching for these mysteries though, these weapons, these lost secrets and vaults in human cities? And when it comes to the logo they found in the vault, at first I thought it could have been the little logo here on Revision 0, which looks like this. But all of this too could be hinting at the Black Armory. After doing some more searches and looking back at armories around the Golden Age, these are what the Black Armory banners look like, and you can tell the one with the hook is in the middle. This specific one was called the Sato tribe and belonged to co-founder Yuki Sato, so definitely makes you wonder what was going on here. Echoes are remnants of species that were obliterated by the darkness. Ikora theorizes that this was the case. Our story today begins with the Kugu species, ancient creatures that were first mentioned in the Books of Sorrow destroyed by Savathûn. But as of late in the new lore book Dynasty has 3 new lore entries that may connect them to one of the Echoes. The Kugu are cephalopod-like beings home to the planet Set. They look kinda like an octopus and a human with tentacles and some sort of legs. Set is dominated by a monumental mountain that looms over expansive floodplains. The planet's landscape has a unique blend of biomes with mossy patches rooted in red sands and stone. The Books of Sorrow told us this. For millions of years of evolution, the Kugu have been infected by a virus so insidious that it wrote itself into their genome. The virus compels them to offer their limbs for amputation by enormous sessile jaw beasts. They venerate these beasts and treat them as gods. The virus converts Kugu cells into eggs, from which strange crawling things pupate to live within the jaw beast's gut. In turn, the jaw beast extrudes sweet nectar for the Kugu to drink, and they have brilliant visions. In the new lore book, we see the moment a Kugu is dying on their home planet and the process of rebirth through death. Within a sunken valley at the mountain's base, a Kugu slumps, dying. cephalopod frame atop bipedal inverted legs, cloaked in a flowing mane of tendril-like tentacles with a single forelimb reaching from their chest. Life leaves the flesh and gathers again. It splinters and fractures, then melds, entwines, decomposes and gestates. A death grove awakening. 5 rise from the silt and shallow. They seed the grove anew. The Kugu have a relationship with these jaw beasts. On their planet here near the mountain and in what they call groves, they die. From that death, new Kugu rise. The Kugu die and create new life, but can still be guided by their ancestors. They share this collective consciousness, likely through the darkness where they could speak to those that have died, and the dead can offer them advice. The Jaw Beast and Nectar help them achieve this. From the card, we learn about a specific Kugu named Tikal, a leader among this species who experiences vision of an impending doom. Tikal concentrates on the breadth of the Kugu line, listens to their voices, seeks guidance. In their deepest dreaming moments, Tikal would experience their knowledge, feel their gentle push or pull, as if all action had been building to and from their decisions. The herd surrounds them. They stride across the floodplain together. They wriggle through sea rock coves and run the paths of their evolution together. The herd halts under a starless sky. Tikal stops but a few paces out of step. So sudden is the loss of momentum and looks back, draws faces known to them forward, listens. The herd screams in silence, their mouths agape in that old extinguishing fear. Tikal turns from the line of their ancestors and looks to the starless sky. The floodplains fall away into cliff and void, the starless nothing dripping down to overtake the horizon. And there, at the pointed tip of the Kugu line, Tikal sees an end, a precipice of silence, a great yawning tear in the sky of nothing looming over the mountain. An omen, split to swallow them all. A vision of purpose, the culmination of many cycles, a pivotal step. This impending doom would soon arrive, the Hive and their forces of darkness. The Hive forces completely destroy the worlds in the Sitar system before turning their attention to Set. As the vision describes, they arrive through a tear in space, deploying their tomb ships and armadas, unleashing an endless wave of destruction. The Kugu struggle to hold their home planet, but there's still a glimmer of hope. Tikal takes command of the Kugu forces, concentrating their entire fleet above the planet's defense installations to protect those sacred groves near the mountain. A Hive flagship breaches the tear, a circlet of bleached white bone shaped by death and cunning. The strange ship moves to settle high above the mountain of Set. Tomb ships change course to buffer its advance into the atmosphere as runes of jade flame burst around them, dissolving into obfuscating smoke. Kugu planetary rail cannons open fire, shredding any tomb ships bold enough to skirt the atmosphere and position themselves between their flagship and Set. Amidst the destruction, the Hive flagship begins amassing a singularity of soulfire at its hollow center. The Hive flagship detonates its collected soulfire without warning, sending a shockwave through its own ships, the Kugu fleet, and the planet Set. Hundreds of ships are lost in the wave, Hive and Kugu alike, while those who remain intact struggle to repower their systems. On the surface of Set, the mountain quakes. Great slabs of encrusted stone slough from its sides and crash into the sacred death groves below, burying the defensive installations and last few Ark ships still diligently working to save their ancestral grounds. As dust settles, the mountain shows a new face of deep black skin with carved trenches of resonating energy. A pulse blasts from the mountain's base, raising the surrounding landscape and decimating the heart of Kugu civilization. The thing the Hive had torn from the mountain groans as it slowly lifts into the sky, rising to meet the Hive flagship. Tikal wrestles order back to the fleet and reconsolidates their forces. assuming direct control of entire battle groups where necessary. The sight of Set's upended crust burns into Takal's memory. Gaps in the fleet meet Takal with their absence. The invasion advances toward the rising dark pyramid that was once the mountain. They blare roaring jubilation from their ships, howling at the desecration of the Kugu Mountain. As the Hive descend upon Set, Takal orders a retreat. Frozen in extinguishing fear, in the silent scream of sacrilegious abandonment, in the paralytic end, the Kugu leave what remains of Set to the Hive. So this ship arrives at his most likely Savathun's. It mentions cunning, and its description perfectly matches hers. And in the Books of Sorrow, it told us that Savathun and her broods obliterated the Kugu from Jawbeast, and indeed from existence. So the Hive and Savathun's forces invade, attack the Kugu, and a pyramid which was their mountain raises from the surface. So the sacred mountain is destroyed, and it seems this pyramid either was the mountain or was inside it, possibly explaining the Kugu's connection to darkness and consciousness. At this point though, Set was completely lost. Takal orders a retreat to those who can make it out alive and escape the Hive's desecration. Takal guides what remains of the Kugu toward the last operational jump gate to their safe star. This portal was their last hope, teleport elsewhere and try and save their species. Instead, when they went through and appeared on the other side, what did they find? A Hive army waiting for them. They did not find the last Kugu star of Siotan, but instead a wall of Hive tomb ships surrounding their bone-white flagship. In the shadow of the pyramid, Takal grasps the fleet through the command sleeve and rallies their captains and battle groups into defensive murmurations around the remaining Ark ship. Fusion beams cut in every direction. Hive rippers pierce Kugu warships and combat sleeves like screaming needles. Behind them, the gate is nowhere to be seen. There is no tear, no exit through which to flee. Before them, the Hive ships outnumber their fleet hundreds to one. A strange realm mirror of reality encompasses them. Dozens of Hive ships fall, and countless rippers burn from every Kugu vessel lost, but attrition does not favor them. Takal holds the fleet against the horror of the Hive, but their strength wanes. Takal wades through the silence of his ancestors' fear. Suddenly, a dreaded pillar of darkness, another Hive ship, tears through the nothing of space and bursts into the fray, crashing through several tomb ships and dashing them against its hull. Hive ships turn to confront it as it barrels directly for their Bone Ring flagship. The two massive vessels exchange destructive barrages of fire, decimating all other surrounding ships in thundering bombardments of soulfire cannons and axion bolts. The pillar ship emits a thin pulse, as the dark pyramid had done as it burst forth from the mountain of Set. The pulse slices through the ring ship like a cleaver, waves of green fire erupting through its hull. Takal, seizing the moment, capitalizes on the destruction. They draw in all remaining Kugu vessels and press forward toward the pyramid. Takal communicates their intention to the fleet and maneuvers them into a valiant charge. If they could not destroy the Hive, they would take back the mountain. Takal places himself at the point of assault. Kugu ships snap into formation behind them. Takal draws the entirety of the fleet into concert to hear their voice. Their words impel the charge into being. For Set. The armada surges, agile combat sleeves racing ahead to clear a path for the larger hosts of ships. Takal feels the presence of the Kugu line extending back to the first. They move as one, weaving between ship fire and debris. Takal closes their eyes to feel the fleet through the tension of their link. Takal reaches beyond them to the Deathgrove cores of the Ark ships, to their ancestral line. To those whose memories they can carry with them, the darkness that binds them resonates through the fleet. Takal flexes their tendrils and commands the deployment of all drones in attack mode. The Kugu collapse to form a phalanx and drive forward to impale the cursed thing that was their mountain. Tikal calls to their ancestors, drawing their energy from the Ark ships and into the fleet, fusing the beam with ancient power. Guide our fire. The darkness-linked fury of generations turns the beam resonant. It strikes true, impaling the pyramid's obscene hull in a fatal wound, their final stand forever branded into the pyramid's flesh. The hive battle falls silent, a flash of orange. With the pyramid's dying wail, Tikal feels the presence of their ancestors, not as a distant guide, but as equals. The resonance wave washes over them, and Tikal hears voices as if echoing from a dream. Noble commander, do not fade. Take our hand and find salvation. They see the line of their people extend through them, through all Kugu, through darkness and death and memory, all swept into an obliterating echo, and then nothing. They extinguish together. So the Kugu in one final effort damage the pyramid that was their mountain, channeling all this energy from the ancestors and muster up one last attack, damaging the pyramid but extinguishing their entire fleet and species in the process. So it does make me wonder, we have Savathûn ships there at first and then the pyramid and another hive ship comes crashing in. Now I'm not sure if this is confirmed, but that may have been Oryx's dreadnought or one of Oryx's ships. Because in the card from the Books of Sorrow, the same one where it mentions Savathûn destroying the Kugu, it says this: I killed my sister today. She came to this star to oversee the extermination of all life here. The Kugu are a strong power, and their fleets protect 4 nearby stars. As herd animals, they are loyal and stubborn, but they do not show grace. He says that Savathûn destroyed the Kugu, but as she chased the Kugu Ark ships, I, Oryx, stopped in to vaporize my sister's warship and a few other underlings. The most interesting part is that end line though. It does mention that all these Kugu and their memories are swept up into one obliterating echo. As we've learned from Ikora, the echoes seem to be comprised of all the dead civilizations and memories that the Witness and its forces have destroyed, coalesced into some physical aspect of power thanks to the Traveler's terraformation capabilities. So it may not be a coincidence that we get the story of these Kugu here and now in the Dynasty lorebook. They might be a part of one of these echoes we encounter in Revenant or Heresy. I'm not sure if they'd have some huge impact on the story and guiding, either Fikrul or somebody else on the hive ship to do something, or if it's just a cool lore connection, but it's there nonetheless.
That's where this echo comes from. At least, that's our theory. Reports from the Pale Heart. Readings on the valence emanating from the Traveler. Everything we faced when we stared down the Witness and broke its fleet. At first, we didn't know what to call them, but echoes seemed apt. Memories from the victims of the pyramids, held by the darkness. Then coalesced by the light, into artifacts as sharp and fatal as their pain. If darkness is memory, and light is form, what else could they be? But there's still so much we don't know. Is this the only one? What forgotten people gave form to this echo? What was their final cry at their end? For control? A means to turn back their oppressors? My Hidden will keep searching for whatever answers the Witness's death can give us.
Tales of the Forgotten Volume 4 this year tells us of a couple of different tales. Most of these books do it in a way that bounces between stories. So one lore card could be about pumpkins and the next about some other spooky story. This year it follows 2 specific threads. In the Last City Market, Glint sees a group of teens running with a pumpkin trying to summon spooky headless ones using rituals and artifacts. And second, Ghosts reflect with Micah, Eva, and Mihalova, one of the astronauts from the Ares missions, about the trauma from the Final Shape battle against the Witness. Let's first start by reading some cards with the Headless One story. I'm gonna read text and lore cards from those entries. It won't have everything, but close to all of it. "Come on, quick," a voice shouted. Glint turned to see 4 teens rush by the stall, narrowly avoiding a cart full of vegetables. To Glint's surprise, one teen carried a large pumpkin. "These kids and their headless ones nonsense, I swear," the stall owner said. "It's that time of year, silly pranks abound," responded a patron with a chuckle. Glint quickly floated after them. Glint saw the teens running into an abandoned building and floated in behind them. The rays from the setting sun trickled through the windows, allowing Glint to find his way without providing his own light. Keeping to the shadows, he bobbed his way through piles of debris, passing half-finished murals on the walls until he found the room the pranksters had decided to make their hideout. As he entered, he noticed a collection of curiosities that he couldn't quite place. But it was an unfamiliar book in one of the teens' hands that claimed his attention first. It looked thrown together, pages of varying quality and color poked out haphazardly, like an art project gone wrong. No, the pumpkin has to be in the center, Cash," the young awoken girl said, exasperated. Glint spotted Cash. The human boy made a patronizing face but moved the pumpkin anyway with its carved-out eyes and sharp teeth. The item in question fit with what Glint knew of headless ones. Nothing about it glowed, which was a good sign, so he dipped shyly behind a box to avoid detection and continued to examine the room while the teens argued over this ritual. There were some unusual objects in the room. Glint scanned them when he was sure no one was looking. Colorful fabrics draped over various things. 100 or so melting candles, counterfeit gambit coins, swords that were supposed to be hive in origin, candy dumped in a variety of buckets, boxes, and vases. Everything was a forgery, some sort of fake. Two young Eliksni had been standing off to one side. At the awoken girl's behest, they approached her in the center of the makeshift ritual circle. That was when Glint's eye caught something interesting. An altar, covered in more candles and smaller baubles that reflected against something familiar, an item he hadn't expected to find here, a golden reliquary container. A debate had started between the teens. While they were distracted, Glint could easily float unnoticed from one hiding spot to the next. They were arguing whether to use melted candy on their hands to bond them even further before the ritual, which resulted in huffs and objections. Cash sighed at the response to his suggestion. Glint floated past some deactivated or more likely broken Cabal shields and some weird blue substance in a mason jar before stopping at a box a few feet from the altar. He wasn't close enough to scan it, but it certainly looked like a real reliquary. It sat beside a book holder that took up the center of the table. There were other items around it, a gold medallion with a symbol he didn't recognize, an orb that shimmered like starlight, an assortment of scarves and rocks that gleamed in the candlelight. But nothing looked as potentially concerning as the reliquary. Anything could be in there. He glanced over at the group for a moment. Having checked that their attention was elsewhere, he floated over to the altar for a closer inspection. The teens stood in a circle. At the center was a pumpkin, positioned in the middle of an intricate symbol, painted with unsure brushstrokes smudged to fix mistakes. "Stop fidgeting, Nirsk," the young Eliksni girl muttered, tightening her grip on the other Eliksni's hands. "You don't see Cash or Rhea fidgeting." "I'm not fidgeting," said Nirsk as he grabbed Cash's hand. "If you're scared, I'm sure we can do this alone." "Melly, I'm fine," Nirsk retorted, his tone short. "Everyone ready?" Rhea asked. The teens nodded. In one hand, she held up the book she'd been leafing through when Glint initially arrived. The words they strung together seemed a bit nonsensical, despite recognizing a few. Glint approached the altar with the intention of scanning the reliquary, but he couldn't. Confused, Glint tried again. Nothing happened. His sensors were jammed. He couldn't even send an SOS to the Vanguard. A violet glow danced in his peripherals, demanding his attention. He spun around and, to his surprise, saw it was from the pumpkin head, eyes and mouth alight. Panic surged through Glint. No. According to all the research he and Ido had done on the Headless Ones over the years, this shouldn't have been possible. It shouldn't have been allowed to happen. Nothing in this room was real, or at least shouldn't have been able to power a ritual. The book. It had to have been the book. The teens were lost in the trance of their spell, a palpable energy lifting them slowly from the ground. This was only supposed to be a prank. Clint tried once more to reach out to the Vanguard, to Crow, but his radio was eating static. He did the next best thing. "Hey!" he shouted. It worked instantly. The startled teens yelled in surprise, and, with their concentration broken, tumbled to the ground with loud thuds. "The hell is a ghost doing here?" Cash asked. Everyone had risen, hissing painfully to their feet. They looked around as they brushed themselves off and checked for injuries. "Wait," Melly said. Clint floated closer to them, and the Eliksni's eyes widened. "That's not just any ghost, Egghead. That's the Hunter Vanguard's ghost." "Glint?" Nirsk asked. Melly nodded. Beside them, the flickering candlelight danced on Rhea's pale violet arms as she folded them protectively over the book. "That doesn't answer the question," she said defensively. "I could ask you the same," said Glint. He looked at each of them in turn, but found his gaze drawn invariably back on the book. Even from a distance, it didn't look special. "What in the world were you trying to do exactly? Summon a Headless One?" "What? No, that'd be ridiculous," Rhea said. "Everyone knows there's no way to do that." "Yeah, exactly," Cash said. "We were trying to speak to the dead." Glint blinked. "You were trying to… what?" Glint asked, taken aback. "Well," Melly started, then paused. She looked hesitantly at her peers. "We were talking about how many people fell during the war, and, we just wanted to try and speak to them." Glint noted the cautiousness in her voice. He floated higher to the level with their faces and saw how they all looked away from him as if ashamed, or was it something more? "We don't care about stupid pranks," Rhea explained quietly. "We had heard that this time of year was best to try something like this." "The hall between," Glint muttered. They nodded. Realization dawned on Glint. They'd lost people to the Witness, and they were looking for solace, for answers. They wanted to feel close to their loved ones again after having had them taken away so suddenly and without warning. Glint could understand that. "I put this book together with all the things we found during our research," Rhea said. She gently placed the book on its stand at the altar. "My mentor," her voice faltered. "She always said to keep your notes in one place so they're easier to find. She never liked things to be messy." "My sister was also like that," Cash said, eyes downcast. Nirsk and Melly looked at each other. One of Melly's arms wrapped around Nirsk. "Our brother went into the Great Machine as well," Melly started. "It should have been me," Nirsk whispered. Glint felt their sorrow deeply. They were all so young. "I was going to join him. I was supposed to be there," Nirsk said. "But I was a coward. I turned back. He didn't look at me with shame, only understanding, and that somehow makes it worse. I should have given my life to protect the Great Machine too." Nirsk kicked the pumpkin head just hard enough for it to tumble out of the circle they'd painted on the floor, its face dark and mocking. "You shouldn't think like that," Glint said, his tone soft and full of empathy. "I know that's easier said than done, but trust me when I say I understand. Someone I knew died, and I thought, why not me? It's so easy, isn't it? To blame ourselves and think we could have done something differently. If only I'd been there, maybe they'd still be here." Emotion welled up within the ghost, and he struggled to contain it. "How do you get past that?" Nirsk asked. "It just feels like ether draining out of me constantly, and I don't know how to stop it." "Time," Glint said simply. "You give it time, and you lean on each other. You get through it together." The teens were quiet. Glint knew it wasn't the answer they wanted. They were here in search of closure. their hopes pinned on forged relics and fabricated rituals. All they wanted was closure. "We're sorry," the teens mumbled together, their voices sad. "Are we in trouble with the Vanguard?" Rhea asked. Glint shook his shell from side to side. "No, you're not, but I'm going to clear this place out and make sure nothing is amiss. Get on home, okay?" They nodded and turned away. He added loud enough for them to hear. "And no more rituals. You don't know what could happen if you accidentally mix real spells together." "Thank you, Glint," Nirsk said, and lingered for just a moment before he joined his sister. Glint sighed. Any other year, he'd been excited at the idea of the potential ritual to summon a Headless One. But this year he simply wanted some time for quiet contemplation. Figuring out what caused such a strange phenomenon could wait. It was a problem for him and Eido to revisit at a future date. For his own peace of mind, Glint scanned the reliquary and was relieved to find that it was just packed full of candy. Our next tale is more of a ghost therapy session of sorts. Ghost, your own ghost, Glint, Ophiuchus, Ikora's ghost, Kugu, Lexicon, Bee, and Bat are all present. These are a bunch of different ghosts, while Micah 10, Eva, and Mihailova ask questions and try to relieve their suffering. We first begin with the ghost Kugu, who has a bunch of anger built up and resentment toward the Witness. "The Witness is a spineless, weak jerk that made everyone's lives horrible. Who asked for its opinion of how the universe should be run? No one. I've never seen such an entitled being in my life. I wish I could have gone shell to Smokehead with it. I would have ripped it in." So this ghost clearly has some anger issues after the final shape, and rightfully so against the Witness. The ghost Lexicon responds by saying you can't hold this anger in, poison yourself in the future, but letting Kugu acknowledge those emotions could be part of this healing process. The ghost Bee has a terrifying experience. I'm not sure if Bee was one of the ghosts that was a part of Micah's quests, but they say we almost died during the war. I know that almost isn't as bad as did, but I haven't felt the same since then. Now you may have noticed Glint talking about a character that he lost. This likely was Tarj. In this therapy session, Glint reflects on the losses faced in the war. The war with the Witness was never going to end without losses. I don't think any of us wanted that, but we all knew that if it meant saving lives, we'd pay whatever price was asked. But I've never felt a ghost's death before. I didn't even know Tarj for very long. I wish I could have gotten to know him better. Ikora's ghost has the same feeling and is haunted by Tarj's sacrifice, seeing it as both reckless and inevitable. Tarj was a pain, just like Zavala sometimes, but he was a good ghost. You get used to someone's presence when you've been around them for so long. Even if you don't speak often, I knew he was going to do it. Something reckless, but I thought he would make it out. And lastly, we have some text from your own ghost after the events of the final shape's ending and sacrificing itself. Final deaths are always a possibility. We all know that. There's a complacency we feel, a comfortability when it comes to our immortality, but being in the Pale Heart, fighting alongside the Guardian, feeling the damage to me increasing with each moment. I don't know why I came back. I don't know why it was me and not Tarj. He should have come back. So this is very interesting. Ghost feels this sort of survivor's guilt or remorse because he's alive and Tarj isn't. You may not know some of these deep stories and emotions that your ghost feels. Ghost has felt this way about other things in the past too, especially back when the Witness was taking control of Ghost. Micah ends by saying, Tarj's death was a tragedy, and so was yours. And it's okay that you don't feel okay. Any one of us would likely feel the same. You're not alone, Ghost. You are here and we're here for you. We'll get through it together. The Eliksni are four-armed humanoid-like insect creatures. They lay eggs and are born soft and translucent inside their egg molt. Eliksni young are referred to as hatchlings and are held super close, swaddled in cloth. The Eliksni love to tell stories to their young, and record keeping is very important among their scribes. With the right conditions, Eliksni can live very long lives, if not infinite, given they have a sustainable source of ether. The Eliksni can survive in many environments, and this is what they look like without any armor. Sometimes they use a respiration apparatus to assist with breathing. The Eliksni depend on a substance called ether to survive, which was freely found on their homeworld of Rieze. Ether was used to grow in size and power over an Eliksni's life, the captain being their true form. Their homeworld, Rieze, was beautiful. Carefully tended lakes and rivers, fields of lush iridescent crops, and groves of starkly colored trees. The sky was a hue of light pink, and just beyond the clouds, peeking through the sunshine, loomed the Traveler, or what the Eliksni called the Great Machine, which granted them technology, spaceships, and terraformed their planet into paradise. The Fallen were divided into clans or groups which they called houses. Different houses had different ideals and beliefs. Houses existed on Rieze before the Traveler's arrival and had some issues with one another, but the Traveler would ignite their golden age, a time of exploration and discovery.
Was a world of prosperity and peace, not unlike your golden age. We worshipped the Great Machine, but fate intervened. With it came a whirlwind of destruction. In the chaos, the Great Machine fled, abandoning us all.
This golden age wouldn't last though, as the darkness had arrived, causing the departure of the Traveler, the collapse of Rieze and the Eliksni civilization, what they called the Whirlwind. In the aftermath, Rieze was a wasteland. Eliksni struggled to survive, civil wars took place, and new ways of life and survival had to be implemented. Fallen houses still didn't agree with one another, and there were many of them. The House of Devils, Kings, Winter, Wolves, Exile, Rain, Scar, and Judgment. Not all Fallen would exist in houses from this point on. Some ran with their own pirate crews and scavenged whatever they can find in the solar systems. Wherever you see the Fallen, you also see their servitors. Servitors are living relics of a once mighty fallen civilization. Packed with ultra-sophisticated machinery, they process matter and energy into the ether the Fallen depend on for life. The ether they once freely had, now relied on from these servitors.
Humans think of ether as food for Eliksni, a form of sustenance. That's only partially true. Ether also catalyzes physical maturation and promotes molting. In that sense, it's like hormones in human adolescence. In a world of unlimited ether, like Rieze before the Whirlwind, all Eliksni look like captains. That's our final form. Most Eliksni you see now are underdeveloped. They're forever stunted by ether rationing, which began as a necessity and gradually evolved into a mechanism of social control.
Fallen society was now also controlled. Not every Eliksni could look like a captain, their true form. There was a hierarchy to which the ether was distributed, and Eliksni took up certain roles. At the top of a house, you would have the Kells, leaders. Kells took in the most ether, became the most powerful. They control land, battlefield tactics, and authority over their soldiers. Just under the Kells are the Archons and Prime Servitors. Archons are sort of the second in command and protect the House Prime Servitor, who is responsible for ether production for the entire house. You then have the normal servitors, spherical machines that produce ether and assist on the battlefield in limited roles. Servitors exist in many sizes, with the primes being the biggest. Captains were the final form of the Eliksni before the Whirlwind. After, Kells and Archons would control the ether, taking most for themselves and then distributing down through the pyramid. Captains were still fierce and encountered often on the battlefield, leading troops into those battles. They use a variety of weapons, sometimes white rifles, sometimes shock blades, and others. Under the captains you have Vandals who serve many positions. They are snipers, assassins, scouts, and lurkers. Vandals are efficient killers, but are under the rank of captains. They often wield longer range weapons like the wire rifle. Then you have Dregs, the lowest ranking soldier in the Eliksni. The Dregs have their lower arms docked, as it's called, or removed until they prove themselves. Dregs are given the lowest ration of ether so they don't progress in growth unless needed. Dregs are thieves and seen a lot in combat on the front lines, as there are many of them. The Eliksni also have various technology, drone-like robots called Shanks among them, who carry some knowledge but are basically there for scouting and intelligence. So this was the order of the Eliksni fallen houses. The Eliksni then decided to leave their planet in search of the Great Machine after their whirlwind. They had nothing now, but wanted to return to that glory and paradise. This became their goal. The now pirate creatures, the Fallen, would scavenge systems in search of their floating god. Their search led them to a star in Sol System, where the Great Machine had taken up home on a new planet, raised a different civilization on Earth. This alien species would invade around the Dark Age, and they were not friendly. Hellbent on reclaiming the Traveler, they destroyed human outposts, villages, and encountered those first human lightbearers. The Eliksni hated humans and were jealous that the Great Machine now chose us, even granted us powers. The Fallen fought high-ranking guardians like Rezel Azir and even ate human children. The Fallen also had their own vehicles. Ketches are the biggest ships they have. Think of these as the mothership, giant ships bigger than humans' colony ships where Fallen sleep, store their technology and weapons, and what most of them use to travel to Sol. Under that you have these skiffs, smaller vehicles used for deployment purposes across planets. Fallen walker tanks are also used heavily in battle. Equipped with its own cannon and blaster, the walker tanks are nothing to mess with. And lastly, for smaller range patrol across planets, you have the pikes. Kind of like the Guardian Sparrow, but some equipped with their own weapons. The first full attack came in the Battle of Six Fronts, as the Eliksni tried to take back the Traveler for the first time. But 4 orders of Titans stood tall and obliterated their plan. Twilight Gap was next. Multiple houses, including the Kings, Devils, and Winter, were back to claim the city. The Guardians you know and love stood strong. Lord Shack, Saint 14, and others pushed back the assault. This then began Saint 14's crusade against the Fallen. At the same time this Twilight Gap battle was going on when those houses would invade the city, the Reef Wars were also underway with a different group of Fallen. As the Kings, Devils, Winter, and others attacked the city, the House of Wolves would invade the Reef and the Awoken. The Wolves tried to make it to Earth to help in the battle, but Marasov's forces in the asteroid belt put that to a halt. Thus began years of fighting. A Fallen named Skolas the Rabbit would rise to power until a scribe from the House of Judgment named Varix turned on him and handed him over to the Queen. Varix would then crown Queen Marasov the new Kell of the Wolves, and this would lead to the events of Destiny 1. Throughout Destiny 1, most of these houses still exist. Some had been killed off, but the remaining ones scattered across Sol. Devils and Kings on Earth, Exile on the Moon, Wolves in the asteroid belt, and Winter on Venus. Destiny 1's entire story dealt a huge blow to the Fallen. As new guardians of the city, we would take out Barons, Servitors, and Kells, driving these Fallen to extreme measures. Following the Battle of the Twilight Gap, the House of Devils in the Cosmodrome lost its leader, Rixus, to a Guardian. This event paved the way for a Guardian fire team to eliminate their prime servitor, Sepix Prime, leaving the Devils without leadership. Guardians would continue their offensive across Sol, eliminating key figures in various fallen houses. They thwarted the House of Exile on the Moon, assassinated the Winter Kell on Venus, and disrupted the House of Kings' plans on Earth, each victory further weakening the Fallen's grip.
Draxus was one of the worst plagues this system has ever seen. Without their Kell, houses usually turn against each other. We may finally have broken their hold on the Academy.
You also have the Wolf Rebellion. Remember the House of Wolves who Marasov and the Awoken defeated in the asteroid belt? Skolas had returned, sparking a Wolf Rebellion against Mara and the Awoken. Despite initial success, Guardians quelled the uprising, capturing Skolas and dismantling the Wolves' leadership.
What? Guardian, there are dozens of new Wolf signatures, and the number keeps growing. It's the Vex tech. Skolas! He's pulling the entire House of Wolves through time!
He just said, I stole the gift of freedom, secrets of time and space. House of Wolves will stand forever.
The House of Wolves is broken. Stand by for a transmission.
This is Marasov, Queen of the Awoken. Guardian, when you first came in search of the Black Garden, I thought of you as just another mote of light, too far from its traveler. I see now that I was wrong.
So the Fallen were struggling at this point, but it got even worse during the Taken War. Oryx's arrival devastated all Fallen houses, with many Eliksni becoming taken and forced into his service. These Taken threats were eliminated, and we thwarted further Fallen attempts to exploit the chaos. The Eliksni are great with technology, and later we saw this within Destiny 1's last expansion, the Rise of Iron. The House of Devils who resided in the Cosmodrome, their leadership was crippled, most of their forces depleted. Now they would take up a new power found here called Siva, becoming splicers, enhancing themselves with nanotech and aiming for godhood.
Stand with me, Guardian. It is time to avenge my brothers and sisters.
Guardians systematically dismantled their operations, culminating in the defeat of Axis and the end of the Siva crisis. In the aftermath, the fallen houses retreated, burning their banners in a symbolic gesture of withdrawal. This period also saw Prince Aldrin Sov seeking to forge an alliance with the Kell of Kings, hinting at some other new strategies among the fallen. So this way of life, the structure of the fallen houses was now crippled. They burned their banners and all decided to leave. At the beginning of Destiny 2, Gaul and the Red Legion would invade. And around this time, those fallen who abandoned their banners would form a new house, unified together in the House of Dusk, out of desperation. The House of Dusk is distinguished by their unique attire of hoods, purple robes, and armor, along with some new equipment never seen before. The House of Dusk utilized servitors from multiple houses, so multiple primes at one time. They wore less armor, experimented with ether production, and threw out some of those old ideals. Some of their arms can be seen growing back. What's mysterious is that the leadership of the House of Dusk, including its Kell, Barons, and Archons, are a big mystery. We have seen an Archon priest in one of the missions in the European Dead Zone, but beyond that, we are not sure. It was originally believed that the Kell of Kings, who Aldrin Sov met with, was at the head of this formation of all these houses, but that story changed, and we'll see that in a little bit. But following their creation, the House of Dusk engaged in various conflicts across Sol. They were at war with the Red Legion, fighting heavily in the European Dead Zone and around the Shard of the Traveler. On Nessus, where they battled the Vex, and Titan, where they aimed to scavenge from the Vanguard's fleet and Golden Age facilities. The House of Dusk were successful in several ways, a new unified house pouring all their power into one cause, but many of their operations had been significantly disrupted by the Guardians, eliminating some of those assets like servitors, mining crews, fallen walkers, and that Archon priest mentioned. That House of Dusk leadership remaining a mystery. As we've come to know, not all Fallen followed this path. A group of dregs, later called the Scorned Barons, were exiled from the House of Exile. They rejected these traditional ways of the Eliksni and took their own path. The Scorned Barons became super powerful before Petra and Cayde would track them down and throw them in the Prison of Elders. Prince Aldrin, then corrupted by darkness thanks to Riven the Ahamkara, found Fikrul. Wishing for him to survive, Riven granted this wish, and Fikrul with Dark Ether became the first Scorn. So the Scorn are Fallen infused with Dark Ether. And in Forsaken, while the House of Dusk still did exist on the outside, the Scorn would rampage through the Reef, the Dreaming City, and ultimately killing Cayde 6. This was all started thanks to a wish by the Ahamkara Riven.
These things, they used to be Fallen. Fallen didn't just become this. Someone did this to them.
Must have knocked out the comm relays with that spectacular landing. And cue the ominous music. Okay, everybody. Back in your cages.
In the Beyond Light expansion, Aramis the Ship Stealer rises as a new antagonist, attempting to rally the Eliksni under her new House of Salvation with the promise of wielding darkness and returning their species back to glory. Rhys Reborn was built on Europa where they were stationed, and Aramis was hellbent on using this darkness power to rebuild their civilization.
Aramis, like most, was left consumed with rage. In the wake of loss, Aramis rebuilt a life, found new family, one forged from anger. Aramis saw only destruction of that which abandoned us. Merrick's fears for Eliksni lives. At the command of Aramis, they will meet their end.
For centuries we have been bound by them, servants to the so-called Great Machine. We even built idols in its image. We have become pawns of our own devices. No longer. Today, we begin breaking free from our chains. This power is a gift. One I will share with all of you in time. For Rhys. Why does it not flee?
Because it has nowhere else to run.
Throughout Destiny 2, the Eliksni beliefs and experiences shift. You had factions like the Kel Scourge in the city trying to find their own power. The societal structure of the Fallen is shown to be both resilient and adaptable, capable of rallying under new banners and ideologies as circumstances change. Some believed, sure, the unified House of Dusk was the way. Some believed darkness was, and others did their own thing. As these circumstances change, so too did humanity's view of these creatures. On Europa, we found Mithrax, leader of the House of Light, a fallen house that was much different, centered on peace, just trying to survive and still worshipping the Great Machine, but also working alongside the humans.
The Guardian is almost here. Stay down. Stay quiet.
How do you know we can trust them?
I don't. What the light provides. Guardian, I find you in the light, and on your signal. I call a ray.
Mithrax Kel, it is an honor. We've been searching for you for some time.
This is known. You are not the only one with hidden eyes. Many enemies pursue my House of Light. We did not wish to be found. Study such an artifact would benefit us both. But there is no time. My people must move on if we hope to survive.
Mithrax, I saw those who wished to join you dead in the snow. Let them be the last to fall. Come, shelter in our city, you and your people.
Ikora Kel, can you offer the Eliksni such a thing?
I just did. You'll be under the Vanguard's protection. The Vex are the enemy here, and any Lightbearer who disagrees can take it up with me.
Then we accept. With light in our hearts, we will join you in your city, beneath the Traveler.
Despite disagreements between major characters like Lakshmi, even members of the Last City, we built a safe space for the Eliksni here of the House of Light in the Batsa district. This was the start of the House of Light integrating in with humanity. Now they roam the tower freely, and even the city. Mithrax leads that House of Light, and he's become a very important character over the last couple of years. Here's what his scribe daughter Ido has to say about their house.
Eliksni houses are more than tribes for sharing work and resources. They also represent living philosophies. In many ways, the House of Light is traditional. We worship the Great Machine, and we embrace ancestral roles like splicers and scribes. But in other ways, we're different. My father, Mithrax, is Kel of our house, but he does not act as past Kels. He does not take more than his share of ether, and he does not punish by docking limbs. These are radical, but popular ideas in our house. However, Mithrax Kel also believes in peace and cooperation with humanity. This is less popular. During our Golden Age, the Eliksni civilization spanned many star systems, farther than humanity could imagine. And in all of our exploration, we never found anything more wondrous than the Great Machine. It's one of the few things that all Eliksni houses can agree on. Most of those houses are now extinct, and their members are scattered. Here lies the remnants of Kel's Scourge, a dark period in Eliksni history. After the whirlwind, Many Eliksni were overcome by feelings of hopelessness. They were homeless, hungry, and hunted by Guardians and Hive alike. So when Civix founded Kel's Scourge, promising to return Eliksni to power with ancient weaponry, many were drawn to his call. Though the Scourge claimed to fight for Eliksni empowerment, in reality, they represented the final degradation of our culture. A once great interstellar civilization was reduced to an anarchist mob, led by a power-hungry coward. Let ours be a cautionary tale. No matter how enlightened a culture, there are always those who prey on our worst impulses for their own gain.
Despite alliances, the Fallen remain divided. House of Dusk and Salvation still out there, engaging in conflicts of old. But it's not all evil, as the House of Light provides a new opportunity of hope, friendship, and camaraderie as we head into this battle of the final shape. So in the end, this is an overview of the Eliksni, the Fallen, a civilization who suffered a catastrophic event thanks to the darkness and Traveler departing their world because of it. The goal ever since, to find the Traveler, hope it could return them and their planet to glory. Houses existed, crumbled. The creatures found new ways to survive, whether that be new houses like Dusk or Salvation, or technology they use, like Mithrax's use of the Splicer Gauntlet and being a sacred splicer. Although many of them still lurk in the dark and hunt the humans and Traveler, others work alongside us and want peace, changing their previous pirate ways. Even Aramis, who is hellbent and sided with the Witness and Darkness, recently decided to give it all up, return to Reese and try and find her family, see what remains before the end. During the construction of the Dreaming City, some alien force took control of 3 of Mara's Techeuns, who were scattered around the Dreaming City themselves. Although the Techeuns, the Tech Witches, were separated, the alien force began to speak to Mara through them and ask her questions. There came a morning when the Techeuns spoke in unison, though none were near each other, and they said, "Who are you who builds a hidden city here in our thoughts?" And Mara, alone in the Queen's Walk of the Dreaming City, heard their voices ring out as if each witch stood beside her, and she said to the empty air, "I am Mara Sov. Who are you?" The answer came at once. "Wrong. It is the Ekpriosik. We are the Nothing Space Fabric." Hearing this, Mara recognized a riddle. She turned at once and left the Queen's Walk so that Riven would not be inspired. As she walked, she thought. At length, she said, "Wrong. You are the Ancients. You are the idea that gives fate its shape." That one voice came again, as clear and strong as the birth of the universe, booming with a dispassionate curiosity. It thinks itself wise. How did something like it attain such revelation? Mara lengthened her stride, taking the steps 3 at a time so that she could duck into a little-used transport gate. She emerged in a small coastal observatory, then nothing more than a grand dormitory, and found Kelda Waj, the All-Teacher, hovering 4 feet off the ground. Blood poured from her ears and nostrils. Her eyes saw nothing. The other Techeuns were transfixed thusly in a geometric array around the Dreaming City, each one inert, suspended, and bleeding. Mastering her horror, Mara said, "I have lived alongside you," and because she was afraid for Kelda, she asked, "Do you intend violence?" At once, the Techeuns collapsed to the ground like marionettes from severed strings, all but Kelda Waj, whose augment blazed with coruscating light. She rose higher into the air and began to unravel, particle by particle. As she came undone, she said, "Now it insults us." Mara steeled herself against the horrific sight of her old friend's ruin. She had been a fool to think the riddling was over. She said, "Of course. Violence, after all, is a matter of perspective. What I mean is, what would you ask me?" Beloved wise Keldawaj burst apart and then collapsed all at once into a singularity that burned and burned and burned but destroyed nothing around it. From her unthroat came the voice again, which Mara felt in the atomic marrow of her bones, and it said, "What would it ask us?" For 15 days and 15 nights, the singularity burned unshielded. On the 16th day, they began the construction of the Oracle engine, which took the singularity of the All-Teacher as its seed heart. So a random force spoke through the Techeuns asking Mara, "Who are you? Why are you building this place here in our thoughts there in the Dreaming City?" When Mara asked who was asking, it responds, "It's the Ekpriosik, we are the nothing space fabric." Doing some searching, I found a couple of explanations, possibly. Wikipedia says the Ekpriosik universe is a cosmological model of the early universe that explains the origin of the large-scale structure of the cosmos. The model has also been incorporated in the cyclic universe theory, or aperiodic cyclic universe theory, which proposes a complete cosmological history, both the past and the future. A Greek site called Neos Cosmos says, Ekpriosis, the ancient Greek term for conflagration, describes a Stoic belief in the periodic destruction of the cosmos by a great conflagration every great year. According to Plato, every 36,000 years. After the Ekpriosis, the cosmos would then be recreated, only to be destroyed again at the end of the new cycle. So the entity speaking here through the Techeuns may be identifying itself as a force linked to this destruction and rebirth, some type of cosmic cycle of transformation. Just beyond that, it says it is the nothing space fabric, so that leads us to believe it doesn't have a physical body and sort of exists in the void of space-time itself. When it speaks to Mara, at one point it says the voice came as clear and strong as the birth of the universe, booming with dispassionate curiosity. The parties question each other, and in the end, the outcome is this. One of the Techeuns, Keldawaj, is turned into a singularity that burns and burns for many days, and the Oracle engine is then created with the singularity in the Dreaming City. We'll speculate about the Ancients in a bit, but let's talk about the Oracle engine they helped forge. The Oracle engine is a place that can be visited in-game if you are new to Destiny. It's a device that allows the user to connect and interact with different planes of existence. We used it many times to converse with Mara Sov back in Forsaken. We saw visions of the pyramid ships here before they ever arrived, visions of Aldrin Sov's resurrection as a guardian.
Our Lady the Queen has left us, but please, help yourself to whatever you find. Gifts are the least we can offer to you. Oracle engine is a bridge, and I mean that in two ways. Like the bridge of a ship, its powers can be used to command the whole of the Dreaming City. And like a bridge across a chasm, it links worlds together. We created the Oracle in communion with the Ancients. It was our invention, and ours alone. The Ahamkara had nothing to do with it. I'm told that before the collapse, humans invented mechanical models of this solar system. This is no model. Models are static. They do nothing but mimic an idea. This Oracle, it creates ideas. We Techeuns wear gems to augment our innate powers. The variety of mineral varies by personal preference and by task. Amethyst in particular is good for communing with the Ancients.
This place hasn't been used too much as of late, I believe maybe in Season of the Wish, but before that Forsaken was its main addition. Some patrol dialogue will tell you stories about this place, but it's pretty important in Awoken culture and the creation of this city itself. The Antaeus Ward's lore also mentions the word ancient. It could be the same ancients, could be something different, but listen to this card. Do you believe in Gaia forms, the energies within planets? Do you really believe there is no magic before the Traveler? Mother Earth, Anima Mundi, World Soul, the ancients had it right. They erred only in believing their first god would also be their last. These planets, moons, and asteroids upon which we leave our footprints, they have an energy of their own, will, breath, soul. I call them Gaia forms, though I admit the name suffers from terracentrism. One might instead say there is one Gaia form, and one Aeroform, and one Mercuriform, and one Venusiform, and so on. The greatest Gaia forms of our solar system are 8 in number, or, if you prefer, 9, but asteroids and minor planets have them too. And in their sidereal generosity, these Gaia forms will protect us, if we ask them. Perhaps you think this sounds mad, but if it isn't true, then how do the Antaeus wards work? So that's interesting. The Antaeus wards allow Void Titans to reflect damage and projectiles. And according to the lore, it seems the Ancients allow this to happen. The lore mentions Ancients and Gaia forms. Again, not sure if it's the same Ancients that Mara Sov spoke to, but it seems like it's pretty similar. It also sounds very similar to the Nine. The Nine are dark matter entities anchored to each of the planetary bodies in Sol, the planets. They don't have physical bodies yet, although some have tried to create them, but they have succeeded in creating humanoid emissaries to do the bidding for them, like Zur and Orin. The card said the greatest Gaia forms in our system are 8 in number, or 9 if you prefer. So again, they are hinting at the Ancients could be the 9 themselves. There's also the possibility that maybe the Ancients are separate. Maybe the Ancients became the 9 at some point and some of them still exist. Because it does make me wonder why they would call them the Ancients and not just say the 9. Maybe this was still sort of early on when Mara didn't know much about the 9 themselves and called them the Ancients instead. We know Mara Sov has worked with the 9. We saw the emissary in the Queen's Court previously. Mara sent Skolas to the 9 as a gift back in the day, and what did they do? They betrayed her by letting him go. So it's definitely a possibility. Destinypedia also makes a good point in its trivia section for the Ancients. The Ancients speak very similarly to the way the Worms did in the Books of Sorrow, like the Leviathan, the Worm Gods, and maybe even Asa to some extent. Now you can see some differences. In the Oracle lore card where the Ancients speak, you see there's always plus symbols that follow the text. It's in all caps like some of the 9 text usually is, and here are some of the differences. Our first tale dates us back to the Witch Queen. An entry from Book Lucent Tales, Yulok, describes the ghost of a Hive Lightbearer, who urges their companion to kill a ghost after they defeat a guardian. Luzaku, an acolyte at this point, hesitates, leading her ghost to criticize her for weakness. Rise again, Luzaku, Ayat. Rise and take back the logic this heretic won in your death. Yes, arm yourself and lay low the guardian Scourge. The false inheritor of the light has grown fat on your weakness. To whittle him thin is to make yourself strong. Yes, he lies broken just as the gift masked. But be weary. Yes, there, his ghost awakens him again, and your victory is soured. Mine the bullets, bathe in the metal rain and be cleansed, not drowned. Lift up your shredder. It is your tutor in studying the shape of your foe, Ayat. Again, he lies in ruin, and you learned well your lesson, yes, seizing the ghost. The logic from this kill will make you strong. With his ghost, you crush not only the foe before you, but every foe he could have been. It is the whole worth of him in your hand. Gaze upon it. Yes, see how it trembles, so fragile. Hear it describe you in your victory. Take it now in this moment of ultimate truth. Grow drunk on victory, and in revelry know the worth of this thing. Crush the ghost. Why do you linger, Luzaku? What is there to learn with your eyes that you will not learn from your fist? Do you not wish to be something real, something that lasts forever? Why do you look to me? Children are curious, humans are curious, but Hive are strong. Your understanding comes in vanquishing the thing, so do it. No, it's free. This is what your speculating has wrought, Luzaku. You have failed, and now the tides of the universe will erode you into meaningless dust. All that you could have become has slipped through your fumbling fingers. The Guardian will return, flush and hungry from his death, and then you will be dead. Hayat. Most Lucent Hive are ruthless. With their new light powers back in Witch Queen, they would rally under Savathun's command and go after anything she wanted. Secure the throne world? Sure. Help bring the Traveler here, casting supers left and right, giving the Guardians a taste of their own medicine. We've seen changes of heart from characters like Finch throughout the years. He chose not to revive his Lightbearer, Ken, because he thought this whole situation was wrong.
All you need to know, us wandering ghosts gave into the Hive believing we'd found purpose, and well, peer pressure's a hell of a thing, huh? Also, because it's what the Traveler must have wanted. Then Hive killed Guardians with light, and you think, that's the Traveler's will, really? I'll tell you what, I don't buy it. Not anymore. The Witch Queen's up to something, and, maybe together we get to the bottom of it, huh?
This random acolyte Luzaku was also different. She contemplates her choices, rejecting the Hive's path of violence and choosing not to kill the ghost. In the Final Shape's first Ascent helmet lore, we see Luzaku hiding aboard a pyramid ship which enters the Pale Heart. She is then transformed from an acolyte into a wizard, these Hive morphs. Choose what you will become next. Light forgets, darkness remembers. Once, a ghost was heard to speak thusly. This one is Luzaku. Here, this one tells what is known of Sky. Sky is the breath taken between actions. It permits speculation. It invites doubt. It slips from sight and grasp and yet persists. This one's ghost would have us yield to certainty. He wishes us to walk the bladed path, to seek Hive strength in the Witch Queen's abandoned logic, whereby all things prove themselves in slaughter. This one turns from simple inevitability. This one makes a choice. This one does not kill and does not die. Yet this one exists, Hayat. What follows? What other choices are to be made? This one must know. This one hides within a blade chip of the Witch Queen's greatest foe. This one's ghost is angry now, but he remains. In the hollows where a worm once coiled, this one senses our swift motion through the firmament toward a center. This one seeks Sky. In the sky there are many paths. In the sky there is change. Sometime later, the Guardian would enter the Pale Heart in pursuit of the Witness and stopping the Final Shape. On our journey, we come to a mission, try and find light fissures and speak to the Traveler directly. The first couple of missions don't really turn out so well, but in a lost sector in the Blooming, Cade sees a vision which leads to his sacrifice in the end. It's in this mission where we also encounter Luzaku for the first time, a Lucent Hive ally who helps us through the sector to the end.
There's a Hive Lightbearer down here, a wizard. And it's... Wait, it's helping us? It's fighting the Taken.
This one is not your enemy. This one will assist you. But you must hurry. The Taken are converging on what you seek. This one is Luzaku. This one is not your enemy.
What is going on? How did you get here?
Infiltrated the Black Fleet at the Witch Queen's command. Drawn here when when the vessel passed the threshold, the sky, the light calls to this one. The gardener's touch is here, brimming with life.
Gardener? You mean the traveler who drew you here?
Are we not all reborn for a purpose?
If this is a trick...
The sky is too bright here for shadows of deception. Do the gardener's bidding. This one will not interfere with its message.
Cade, Crow, we're clear for you to transmat in. This fissure hasn't been infected yet. Luzaku, thank you. What will you do now?
Contemplate. Protect. Plan. This one's place is here. Defiant to the all-aged lie. We all have our purposes.
You're staying to protect this place?
And your kin. They attacked us.
We are all our own individuals. This one cannot control them. They do as they feel is right. This one does not agree.
We should get back to Zavala and Ikora and tell them what we found.
Walk in the sky, Guardians.
The friendly wizard would fight alongside us a couple of more times in the Pale Heart, and then in the final battle against the Witness with all of our allies.
But it exists in an entirely different state of matter that we can normally perceive.
But the Taken can.
Ah, you figured it out. Just in time. Here they come now.
This one comes to your aid, Guardian. You need not fight alone.
I'm with you. Until the end.
We eat the mountains. We drink the seas. We fight beside you.
Afterwards, if you visit the same blooming lost sector, there will be additional dialogue multiple times upon completion from Keitel, Marasov, Crow, and so on, all speaking to Luzaku about different things. So this is interesting thinking about the Lucent Hive in general. When they first became a thing, first gained the powers of the light, they were all kind of totally against us, save for a few like Finch. Some thought this whole resurrection thing for the Hive was wrong, and some with those powers chose to ally with other Lightbearers instead. The Lucent Hive have had various motives over the years, under Savathun, under Amaru's control, the whole Season of Plunder situation, and now this new emergent nature from some of them. As she states in that Message Part 3 mission, there's still evil Lucent Brood Hive out there. They're still going to fight the Guardian, they're still going to be against the city, and so on. But others like her are starting to change, find a new path. Former lead narrative designer Robert Brooks, who unfortunately was laid off in the recent events, had some pretty nice dev insights on Luzaku and her creation, which I thought would also be fun to share. He says, "Here is another little thing I'm really proud of, Luzaku. Back in early design on the Final Shape Lost Sectors, activity designer and certified mad lad Sang Kim pitched me an idea. I'm gonna put a friendly wizard in here fighting the Taken. Does that work?" Well, I immediately realized this could be a Mithrax moment. I spent a little bit thinking about what it could be, and remembered Luzaku from the Lucent Tales lorebook. I talked to Sang, got the wizard changed to a Lucent Hive wizard, and started to ideate more on it. First problem was Luzaku was an acolyte and not a wizard, but a wizard is what worked for the gameplay space. So being a good partner to design, I found a way to make Sang's idea work by revisiting the idea of hive morphs. Having Luzaku be changed from an acolyte to a wizard after the ship she was infiltrated passed through the threshold into the Pale Heart felt like a further exploration of the concepts of identity and transformation we explore with the Traveler. So we had a Lucent Hive wizard with a nameplate, which is where it could have just ended, but I like to push for the best and see if I can get it. We'd already locked our casting, so I couldn't just ask for a new actor to voice this role. and our line count budget was already locked. Thankfully, I had some excess line count in the first mission and applied it here. Then I looked at our exiting cast, coordinated with my leads and audio localization leads to see if we could have an actor play 2 roles without exploding the lock budget casting. We could. So in came Kirsten Potter, voice of Mara Sov, who we've never had play another character. She was thrilled to take on a new role, especially a weird role. I created an identity for Luzaku, a unique manner of speech to differentiate her from other Hive, and the rest is history. So that is very interesting. If you didn't know, yes, Mara Sov's voice actor is also Luzaku. There's been many cases of some main voice actors voicing different parts throughout the years. Like Amanda Holliday and Keitel shared the same voice actor. So do Saint 14 and Clovis Bray. Crota has a bunch of backstory you can see in the Books of Sorrow, how he came to be, letting the Vex in through a portal and eventually forming his own brood. Today's video is going to focus more on Crota's forces on the moon and his end at the hands of the Guardians. Also, this video was made before the reprised raid release, so there may be some new encounters or lore tidbits from weapons and armor that are not in this video, but subscribe to see those in the future. During the collapse, when forces of darkness would invade Sol in search of the Traveler, the Hive were among those ranks, of course. Nezarec was said to lead the attack on Earth, Savathun at his side. Hive would swarm our planets and moons, seeking to drain every last bit of light they could find. When Savathun betrayed Nezarec and the Witness was pushed away among the stars, Crota and his brood would camp out on our moon. Nezarec's pyramid would crash land here. The Hive were no stranger to the moon, but this place would now become their home. Now, I think we're unsure if they followed the pyramid to Luna after the collapse, or just felt it would be a great place to build a base next to Earth. Regardless, Crota created his own throne world, which was accessible through the moon, a place where Hive souls returned to after death to be reborn. Crota would need to be killed here to be gone for good. The tunnels were geologic in nature, or had to be. That's what we thought until 12 hours into the second sublunar expedition when we found the bones. A single long ribcage, the size of an aircraft fuselage. The living creatures themselves we found 100 meters down. They might have been worms, if worms had scales and teeth and moved more quickly than a man could run. One does not walk amid those dark tunnels and not lose something. They say that to look out upon the ocean is to feel small, but to walk in these caverns is to feel your grasp on reality slipping. There is no returning to what you were before, a believer of science and the fundamental rationality of the universe, not after seeing those worms. But here now, at the bottom, I have found the other side of the nightmare. Like waking from a dream only to realize you were still asleep. Perhaps my oxygen is getting low. Yes, I can see it is. Hypoxia already setting in. The thing before me is like myself, partly alive and partly not, an ossified afterbirth, a pulsating tumor. It lays in a crater of its own making, dark and jagged. So here I'll sit and lay me down. I see a doorway, and within, the death-white egg cases of nightmares yet to come, and glad I am to miss it. The Hive would camp out in the lunar tunnels, burrow, infest, and suppress any foe they came across. During the City Age, the battle against Guardians would begin to heat up. The Battle of Burning Lake was one of the first major battles against Hive forces. The Guardians would battle thousands of Hive on Earth and barely made it out to tell the tale. Lord Shaxx, the consensus did not. We barely eked out victory at Burning Lake, and now you think we're ready to attack the moon? We're preparing. Did you not read my report from Burning Lake about the Hive's weapons? Those swords, they're like nothing we've ever... Some Guardians thought they were ready after this first Burning Lake encounter to attack the moon. A counterattack was then launched against Hive forces on Luna. We would show them what humanity stood for. Or so we thought. Things went horribly wrong, and this period was dubbed the Great Disaster for a reason. Earth's moon was where we first faced the terror of the Hive. and it soon became the battlefield of a great war, one we did not win. In the years since, the Hive have ripped the moon's surface apart, opening chasms that swarm with terrors. Hundreds of Guardians stood no chance against thousands of Hive Knights in Thrall. Above the moon, the sky would turn green, and at the head of this army was their leader, Crota. With his sword, he was unstoppable. My name is Ariana III, disciple of the Praxic Warlocks, marked by the Cormorant Seal. We came here under one banner, united in a host of thousands to claim the moon. But the battle goes against us. I have taken a prisoner, and this is the record of its interrogation. Ariana, it responds to pain. It responds to the light. Heard it again. Monster, heed me. Who is your master with the sword? I can hear it in my head. The sword bearer's name is Crota. Record that. Should I burn it again? No, I think it's only feeding it. I will touch its mind. Ghost, help. They call you wizard. You must be ancient. I think you value power very much. Will you still be powerful without this piece of your mind? Tell me how to kill Crota. It showed me the battle. It showed me waning dead on Crota's blade. It showed me how Crota killed the Guardian with a screaming knife hammered out of its own ghost. So I will take a piece of its mind and ask again. Tell me how to kill Crota. Incredible. Where? Where is his throne? Where is the Twilight World under the Dead Star Eye? Ariana, there's a word from the company in Mare Imbrium. Crota is upon them. 100 dead. They need us. Tell me where. Tell me how. Tell me. Ariana, what did it say? It showed me how it did this. Just exactly this to an awoken man. The knives arranged by its will, like little silver ships, like ghosts. It laughed at me. It said we were the same. Crota marches with 1,000 knights, and they say the sky above Mare Imbrium has turned into green fire. They are dying in numbers I cannot bear to repeat. He kills them one by one with a sword that eats their light. Ariana, we have to do something. Kill the wizard, scatter the ash. It has nothing but lies to offer. Get your sparrows. We have light and fury. That will be enough. During the Great Disaster, Crota was successful, although they did lose some of their forces, which put a dent in his tribute that he would gain. He would then retreat to his Ascendant Realm or Throne World to heal up a bit and wait things out, his forces still ravaging the moon. The Vanguard said this after the battle. Effective immediately, we declare the existence of an interdiction on the moon and cislunar space. Guardians operating in this interdict will receive no formal support from the Vanguard or from assets of the city. We urge Guardians to exhibit the greatest care and consideration in approaching the interdicted space. This interdict will remain in effect until such time as the hostile presence on the moon poses a demonstrable existential threat, or until intelligence is obtained that leads to the defeat of the enemy leadership elements recently encountered. Ariana III wanted revenge from what happened at this great disaster. She, along with Eris Morn, would build a fire team to take out Crota once and for all. I recapped the story of Eris's fire team in a recent video, so here's a chunk of that from that video explaining their encounter with Crota and how their fire team fell. If you've already seen this or know it, you can skip ahead a bit. Eris and Warlock Ariana III began a mission to take down the son of Oryx, Crota, who was terrorizing Luna. Preparing their journey, they recruited 4 other Guardians alongside them, Saimota, Veltarlo, Omar Aga, and Toland the Shattered. Toland knew Hive lore extensively and helped plan their assault with the group. When they landed on the moon, they would approach the Temple of Crota. As they would descend, they hear the terrible screams of Omnigul echo through the chambers. Soon later, the first member, Veltarlo, would succumb to the darkness. Alakul was there, and Thrall forces overran and killed Vel. After Vel's death, in frantic chaos, the group was split up. Eris, Omar, and Toland were together, Ariana III and Saimota by themselves. Ariana and Sai went after Omnigul. Sai fell to the will of Crota, and Ariana III actually made it near the Oversoul but was killed by the Death Singer's song. During this whole process, their ghosts were damaged beyond repair and their light was getting drained. Toland was obsessed with Hive and their history. At some point along this journey, he sought out the Death Singers himself and their proclaimed song, which ended up ripping his soul from his body and sending it to the Ascendant Plane. Omar Aga was captured by a Hive wizard, brought deep into the tunnels and put into a vice where his ghost watched the Hive rip his light out of him. Eris heard these screams and actually managed to approach, but as she watched in horror, she vowed that there was nothing she could do if she wanted to survive herself. This left Eris Morn alone in the dark tunnels, light draining. Eris had one last trick though, an Ahamkara bone she'd had in her possession since the Great Hunt. She didn't like the idea of using darkness and these magics, but at this point it became a necessity. The Ahamkara bone would guide her through the tunnels for years, eventually reaching the surface. Robbed of her ghost, Eris remained lost among the darkest shadows of the Hellmouth for countless cycles. Despite all odds, she endured, using the very dark she battled to emerge a changed warrior, driven, some would say obsessed. Eris learned Hive magics from Toland's journal, which kept her alive deep in the pit. She did lose her ghost and her eyes to the Hive, but took acolytes to use instead. Eris had a bond with that fire team, and this was a very traumatic event. They did everything they thought they could to take down Crota, but fell short. Eris returned to the surface, but at what cost? She was broken, changed, and wanted revenge. Eris Morn's fire team failed, but she managed to escape and eventually make her way to the tower. In Destiny's first expansion, The Dark Below, she would assist us in continuing what her fire team failed to do on the moon, bring about Crota's end. Years after the Great Disaster, the Hive on the moon under Crota were rebuilt and stronger than ever. Crota, after healing in his throne, would begin his assault on Earth. Omnigul and forces were deployed to the Cosmodrome where the Hive planted the first seeds, invade here first and eventually the city. Eris Morn meets and assists our Guardian. We take down high-ranking officials under Crota like the Swarm Princes and his consort Omnigul. Crota soon was ready to make his return. The Guardians first head to the moon and destroy a planned ritual to bring Crota back to the material world.
6 of us went down into that pit. I was vain enough to believe we could defeat Crota, but the Hive caught his soul before we could destroy him, and then there was only death. We failed. You cannot destroy the soul of Crota.
We hid in the old moon base up ahead, waiting for the right time to strike. We were brave, but we were not ready. Few of us made it beyond the canyon. The rocks cracked apart, Hive waiting in ambush. It was worse for the ones who made it inside. Stay alive. Crota! They're waking him! Crota's soul is banished. You have given me the gift of vengeance. I thank you. And even if they don't yet know it, the city thanks you.
It succeeded, thus he was stuck in his throne. Now all we had to do was enter and take him out for good. Forming a 6-Guardian fire team, we enter the Hellmouth. First, we traverse the dark abyss under the weight of darkness, eventually entering the Oversoul throne itself. After crossing the bridge and dealing with the Death Singers, it was now time. Once Crota's presence was made known, the Guardians would turn the Hive logic against them, using one of these swords to take down Crota while damage was done. In the end, Crota's presence on Earth was severely damaged. His top-ranking officials and even the green monstrosity himself was no more. With the help of Eris Morn, the Guardians brought about Crota's end, and this was a huge victory for the city. Little did we know the Hive gods we would come to face after this.
I have seen what the Hive call a god.
light can stop his wrath.
In a previous video a couple of days ago, we summarized some events from the Collector's Edition lore book and how the precursor species had different ideals of the final shape, eventually merging into the Witness. It goes much deeper than that, but that's the basis. One group won out and they all formed together, killing those who didn't believe in their cause. Today, we pick up from the formation of the Witness and the terror it's unleashed upon civilizations and life. There is not much time. Now that we are in consensus, our progress is unhindered. The veil unravels before us. The fundamental principles we have long hoped for are woven in its threads, and when we have completed the process and thrown off our lesser selves, we will be perfect. The precursors became the Witness. One group won out and came to consensus. It's implied the rest who opposed were killed or somehow fled, but the species decided to forget their past and their history in order to do one thing: focus on their new purpose, the final shape. They shed their past life, got rid of those thoughts they didn't need to think about. They had one true purpose, narrowed down on one goal. Emergency transmission, origin unknown. Annotated transcript follows. I learned of its arrival scarcely 3 marks ago. As my anchor slumbered in the belly of this ancient outpost, I drifted into the noosphere webbing and was swept up in delight. Millions of thought forms sharing the news, the revelation spreading from leading to trailing edge until even I was buoyed by the tide of joy. First contact with the stranger, friend-to-be, a chance for the hazy margins of our noosphere to grow, to encounter new thoughts and expand with new richness. It had been so long since we encountered the whisper, nightmare, predatory memeplex. We had grown naive without the reminder of fear. From the leading edge came a current. It swept through our noosphere, a spark in dry brush, ink in water, hope curdling in an instant. The emanations were confused and fragmentary. I could not parse them all. Planets stolen from space, ripe fruit picked from orbit, structures dissected and reassembled by 1,000-fingered hands. Anchors and selves unraveled into first principles, sectioned into wafer-thin slices. It was only one voice at first, a cry of joy at the meeting of a new mind, twisted to fear and pain. Help me. Chaos in the noosphere. The placid surface churned into white froth. Thought forms scattering in their thousands, fleeing up the webbing strands and finding doom at every junction. Help me. The stranger, ruin, predatory memeplex engulfed our noosphere in a moment's idle fancy. Our thought forms were atomic in comparison. We never stood a chance. As each of my people were found and taken apart and reassembled, a new voice joined the chorus. Help me. My people died in their thousands, thoughts and selves wisping away into nothingness, thousands of years of memory no more than smoke in the wind. Help me. Here, in this outpost, I am apart from the rest, tethered at the trailing edge, furthest from its lamprey maw, not far enough to escape, not near enough to help. Help me. 1,000 emanations from 1,000 minds blending into a single scream. The same scream every time, again and again, and again and again. When we untethered ourselves from their anchors, we knew that we as people would not be divided again. No matter how far we traveled in real space, the vastness of our noosphere, webbing, home was but a thought away. Our fears, our hopes, our dreams, our longings, our triumphs, we would always be able to reach out and know one another. Where one was weak, another could be strong. We could share each other's joy and bear each other's pain. But that sound, help me. I am ashamed to admit that I could not bear it a moment longer. I severed, exiled, imprisoned myself. I regretted it the moment I did. We were dying, but we were dying together. My unimaginable cowardice will not assure my survival, only a delay in my execution. The ruin, predatory memeplex, witness, knows the pattern of our oscillations. I can hear it, still plucking the tattered edges of the noosphere webbing. Why do you hide? The witness will find me, and when it does, there will be nothing, no one. I believed I would die alone in this abandoned outpost, but I found a crate, forgotten deep within a dusty storeroom. Emergency beacons, produced and stored in another time, one when we knew the fear of death. We see you. To you, receiver, inheritor, hoped for future, I offer what little I know. We are dead but not unmade. We are ossified, temporized, reiterated, perpetuated, anatomized, finalized. I do not know if this will help. I do not know. I do not. But perhaps you will prevail. Come now. Do not be afraid. This is not a call for help. It is too late. There is no one left. The witness cannot be stopped. This is our last proof. We, the Noesis, existed. So the narrator, a member of this Noesis species, speaks at the initial joy at the prospect of first contact with this new entity, viewed as a chance for growth and learning. However, this optimism quickly turns to horror as they encounter a destructive force, which is the Witness. The Witness attacks their noosphere, a shared consciousness of thought space, leading to widespread panic and devastation. That text describes how the Noesis, a society interconnected through a vast web of thoughts and consciousness, faces annihilation as individual members are found, disassembled, and reassembled by the invading force. So they all exist in this sort of collective mind, but the narrator decides to sever their connection and try and escape, but immediately regrets that decision, recognize it as an act of cowardice. They eventually find some type of beacon and are able to send out this message you heard me read, but their species was destroyed. Ido speaks how the Witness did not destroy the Noesis, but unmade and then finalized them. The conquest of that species was swift, almost surgical, and remarkably thorough. The Witness speaks to them in this gentle voice and then unmakes them and remakes them, kind of like what Bungie describes is going to happen in the Pale Heart of the Traveler, the Witness taking things, moving it around, calcifying it the way it wants. The Witness does not need cruelty to win. It does not need to mutilate the great machine's creations, to inspire fear and despair. It does not even need to tempt you to use the darkness, which it has claimed to be, though we know from your experiences on Neptune that the Witness does not hold as complete a dominion as it wishes us to believe. In fact, its cruelty has actively slowed and hindered its purpose. Had the Witness simply overwhelmed humanity and crushed all resistance, there would have been nobody left for the great machine to uplift, no ghosts or guardians to defy it. I have spoken with Ikora Rey about the texts humans know as the Unveiling. I have tried to reconcile it with how I understand the light and what I know of the great machine. My understanding is imperfect, but I have gleaned this much. The Winnower speaks of convincing you that it is right, of existence as truth, of predation and defection. Nowhere does it speak of malice or hatred or despair. It does not care whether you embrace it or curse it. It simply desires to win and, in victory, be validated. But for the Witness, victory alone is not enough. It must ruin all the great machine has touched, from the smallest creature to the greatest planet. Destroy everything the light has built. Drown, ruin all hope in bitterness. The Witness would have us all curse the great machine, refute its gifts, and betray it as the Black Fleet tramples us underfoot. It would make us all Aramis, sick with despair and crushing our own dreams. You see it too, do you not? The record from Simic Fel, the communications from Talic Sin. These messages set down in hope, in optimism. Once, Those who came before the Witness saw the Great Machine as their hope for the future, as we did, as you do. They had hope once, they lost it, and now their successor, the great merging of their selves, the Witness, seeks to deny that hope any right to exist. So the Witness is so messed up it wants suffering of these species. Anything the Traveler touch, it wants to destroy, crush those civilizations' hopes and dreams. During our collapse, they say the Black Fleet deployed gravitational weaponry, which is corroborated by other accounts of Sol's collapse, and also records of the Eliksni whirlwind. But such weapons were not described by the Noesis when the Witness attacked their species and homeworld. We also do not see evidence for humanity in the Eliksni's collapses of what the Noesis described happening to them, anatomizing, temporizing, nor do we see any serious attempts from the Witness to communicate. Ido says, more clues, more pieces of the puzzle. Fire and smoke, poisonous air, earthquakes, cyclones. Why do these things? Why did the Witness cause great tidal waves on Titan if it could simply take the entire planet as it did later? Neither the Eliksni nor humanity were as advanced as the Ecumene or countless other fallen civilizations. It could have overrun either of us without all the theatrics. The Witness is not indifferent to us. It cares about what we think of its performance, though of course it does not seek to delight or provoke. No, the Witness has done all it can to spread fear and despair among the people of Sol, as it did to the people of Reese. It has chosen the approach that would cause the maximum possible amount of suffering, and continued doing so until the very moment it went through that awful portal. I doubt that this is some brilliant tactical ploy to demoralize its enemies. It would have defeated both humans and Eliksni, with or without its campaign of terror. Indeed, such actions appear to have drawn out its attack on Sol and were a deeply inefficient use of its power. If the Witness's only goal was to corner the Great Machine and use it to further its plans, whatever those are, then why bother doing anything else? If this performance has affected the Great Machine at all, there is no evidence of such. And anyways, the worst atrocities of the Whirlwind occurred after the Great Machine left us and could not see its effects. No, I believe this display of cruelty was meant for us. It was done to maximize our torment. I cannot think of any motivation to ascribe to this except malice. So this is very interesting. All this text gives us information on the Witness and its goals. After the precursors became that one entity, it sought to destroy all these species, destroy life touched by the Traveler, and in some specific cases like humanity, cause even more suffering than needed. Since Witch Queen we've known the Witness is this big bad of the Destiny universe, at least for the Light and Darkness saga, but now with this lore we're actually getting some backstory as to why and just how terrifying it is. What Mara said last year or a couple of years ago finally is starting to make a little more sense. So let's first start by stating the obvious here. The planets were removed a while back for a couple of reasons. The main reason most likely was the size of the game. The planets were put in the content vault, allowing for new content and experiences and lessening the size of Destiny 2 overall. I'm assuming Bungie then came up with a story reason that went along with it. The Witness and the Darkness took the planets away from us. So the reason they still might not be back development-wise is just that. They're in the content vault, things would need to be updated, and the game is much smaller without them. Maybe they return someday, maybe, but that's our answer currently. Lore-wise, now what actually happened with the planets? And now that the Witness is gone, could they make a return? Mars and Titan have returned to us since, so what about the others? This all started back around Season of the Worthy, when word of the Black Fleet's arrival would spread around the system. By word of mouth from civilians in the city. And in places like Golden Age Warmind vaults, the Guardian could witness the Black Fleet's position as it made its way further into Sol System. At the end of arrivals, the Traveler would unleash a wave of light as the pyramids would halt above 4 of humanity's celestial bodies. Io, Titan, Mercury, and Mars were gone. Here's what Zavala told us.
People of the last city, humanity has endured a devastating blow. Vanguard scouts have confirmed that Io, Mars, Titan, and Mercury have disappeared. We don't know why. We have lost contact with Deputy Commander Sloan and Jensen Scribe Ashamir. We are deploying Guardians to all corners of the system to find answers. And with those answers, we will form a plan.
There's not much to tell. Mercury, Mars, Io, and Titan are gone.
So what exactly happened is still somewhat of a mystery, but in Immolant Part 1, the lore from Bungie.net, Osiris speaks about the planets that were taken. The orbital readings of Sol's bodies are intact, gravity unaltered, but the system is gutted, 4 globes plucked from the skies. His eyes sink into the maw of eternal depth lurking in Io's place, an anomaly of darkness. Osiris stares as if looking into the pyre flames of a funeral, the corpse's uncanny familiarity, a stranger you half remember. There is only the gouge of Io's absence, a reckoning whispered and left. Saturn grieves the loss of Titan. The cerulean jewel that once was had sunken into the gullet of the abyss. In its place, an anomaly, dark and rimmed in gravitational lensing. Osiris tears his eyes away and fixate on its sibling cavity, a swath cut through Saturn's rings by Oryx's blade during the Taken War. Within the rings, the dreadnought sails in solidarity with the anomaly's orbit, whispering back in harmony. "Do you hear that?" Osiris asks, turning to Sagira. He turns the ship's scanning array toward the anomaly. Like the tones Vance described, from the spires and then the pyramids, it was coming from the anomaly that replaced Io as well. "I don't hear anything, but I can feel it." Sagira cringes and constricts her shell flaps, like a shiver down my metaphorical spine. Osiris lowers his gaze. He does not want to see their failure or believe the Kratos tree, the forest, all the Golden Age treasures so many had died to preserve were gone. All their victories, usurped and meaningless in the face of the enemy. For all their power, all their heroism, they had invited this fate. And when it came, they were not prepared. Phobos and Deimos orbit the grave of Mars where a rolling depth festers, hungry and reaching out to the little moons caught within its influence. The Warmind buckled, and yet somehow it ekes out existence in hiding, a survivor again. So there's a little backstory on what exactly happened to the planets. It describes that Sol's bodies, these planets are still intact, their gravity unaltered, but they've sort of been plucked away, an anomaly of darkness in their place, this gravitational mass of darkness. The gravity unaltered, it makes sense because Phobos and Deimos still orbit this gravitational anomaly on Mars as if it was still there. To me, it seems like the Witness sort of just plucked them out of our reality to inspect them. And in fact, in Witch Queen, that's what we learn it was sort of doing with Mars. Searching through humanity's golden age and time fractures, possibly looking for information. Information likely on the Veil and where it was. The Veil went missing during the collapse and the Witness and Darkness pushed away, so it makes sense that the Golden Age could give them some answers.
So, it's not the Darkness that's responsible for the planet's mass abduction, but an entity behind it. The Witness.
When Savathun was in Osiris's body, she also spoke about these darkness anomalies from the Glykon. I believe Keitel did as well.
It recounts a descent into the anomaly. Gravitational oscillations broke and reformed the Glykon many times over. It is as if every permutation of the ship's existence collided in one space.
In research logs, the entity's voice emanates from the grave of Mars. The Scorn babble to the void, and attentively await response. Our Emperor's vision is at hand. Tomorrow we pierce the anomaly's veil,
So in Witch Queen, Mars would return for that reason. In Savathun's Two Truths, Two Lies, she mentions that she returned Mars. Now I'm not sure if this was exactly confirmed, but we know the witness took them away. I don't think we have confirmation on how Mars exactly returned, and same thing for Titan, which came back in Season of the Deep.
On Neptune, we learned that a key to defeating the Witness lies hidden away on Titan. Now we know why the Witness's fleet came there when it first arrived. Deputy Commander Sloan held the line on Titan to the bitter end, right up until the Witness took it. Then, we lost all contact. But now, just when we need it most, Titan has returned. And when it did, we were greeted with something we could have never predicted.
To any Guardians listening, this is Deputy Commander Sloan requesting emergency support.
Savathun also told us that we'll get the power to move worlds, which we kind of did in the Root of Nightmares raid, but you have to question if that's actually canon or not. So it's possible the Guardian was partly responsible for it. Maybe Asa had something to do with it when it comes to Titan, and even Xivu Arath's presence in darkness on that world. In the Final Shapes Entelechy lore book from the Collector's Edition, there is some more lore that talks about how the Witness takes and analyzes these planets. The Noesis, a species that was destroyed by the Witness in this book, says this: planets stolen from space, ripe fruit plucked from orbit, structures dissected and reassembled by thousand-fingered hands, anchors and salves unraveled into first principles, sectioned into water-thin slices. So currently where we sit, Mars and Titan are back, but that leaves two that remain in Mercury and Io. In that same lore book, Eido said, I understand that Mercury was a scorched wasteland before the Great Machine's arrival. When it had finished, humans could walk unprotected on its surface. What wonders the Great Machine can work. I can only hope that Mercury will return from the Witness's clutches, released as Titan was, so that I may see it for myself. So confirmation that Titan was returned from the Witness's clutches, but what about Mercury? The Witness is dead. Some of the memories and dead species, including the Witness itself, may exist in some of these echoes, but in my mind, nobody has current control over the planets. So it's either they can't be released because it's something only the Witness could do, or we're just waiting for somebody to learn how to do it. Again, it kind of circles back around to that gameplay development aspect of it. It would be cool to see Io return, but for what purpose? Sandbox-wise, they can change up the entire location, add new activities, maybe a revamped Pyramidian strike with Asher Mir's return. But there sort of has to be a reason we would go there, and with Frontiers coming out next year, it seems we're going to new places which most players want. So should the planets return, I don't know, but lore-wise it definitely seems possible at this point. So let's first start by analyzing the lore from each of the armor pieces and then the Sparrow. After that, we'll go into more specifics and explain everything, so stay tuned. The first lore tab comes from the Sparrow and follows a human technician on this station called Istvan. Istvan usually repairs some of these solar instruments on the station, but at the end of the card, a sudden meteor strike nearly kills him. Leaning over his sledge, Istvan smacks the airlock button. Through the airlock speaker, the station says, "Lockout procedure initiated. Remember to double check your personal oxygen supply." Istvan gives a little get on with it motion with a hand, waiting for the cycle to complete and let him out. The station's solar catcher should be self-repairing, but something always breaks, and then it's always his problem to fix. Normally, alerts would come through his earpiece, but Istvan's tweaked his to only give alerts for problems within 100 meters of his location. Issues with the labs 5 sectors away aren't his issue, at least not until his shift leader messages him. Airlock opening. Technicians are asked to return once system charge drops to 40%. Nobody follows that procedure. 40% charge is an absurdly huge margin for getting back inside safely. But their fussy station keeps reminding them, always in the same cadence. He kicks his sledge into gear. It's a relief to get away from the research complexes, from everything in them he doesn't understand. Istvan gets to work, powering down a grid of the solar catchers, cutting out the damaged material, cutting a new piece from the replacement roll. The only sound are the squeaking of his suit joints and the hiss of his cutter. Until the station says, the loudest he's ever heard it, charge at 93%, threat level Alpha. Istvan jerks up, cutter gouging a hole in his repair material. No detail, another false alarm from their fussy station. Even louder, the station says, charge at 93%, threat level Alpha. He looks around, nothing except a handful of fiery glints in the dark. Istvan grabs his sledge. It drags him up the hall, his suit scraping across the catchers in a way that'll leave bruises. He doesn't stop until he finds an overhang. And then he watches fragments of a meteor coming in hot from far out of orbit, impacting the solar catchers right where he was standing. His roll of repair material is torn apart in an instant. Technicians are asked to return once system charge drops to 40%. His charge is sitting steady at 86%. Shakily, he says, heading in now. The story from the Armor Lore tabs follows an Eliksni crew, who instead of scouring Europa found this place here in orbit. They realized it was away from Vex, away from Lightbearers and all of their enemies, so maybe they could set up shop here, create an ether production facility and live out their days on this station. But the crew begins to go missing and something goes horribly wrong. We first start with the helmet. Yariskis and Karho are introduced as part of this Eliksni crew that have taken over the station. They are hopeful as they begin to restore and repurpose certain areas of this ancient human vessel, and things start to go south. 6 days since arrival, metal groans, power lines hum, things skitter in the pipes. Yariskis picks her way through rubble with a double armload of scrap. She's finally growing out of Drek's scale. Lower arms are regrown all the way down to her talons, but she's still slight enough to duck through the smallest shafts of their new home. An orbital station, ancient and damaged, but fixable, everyone thinks. The station hasn't been inhabited for a very long time, but Yariskis catches herself looking over her shoulder repeatedly. Her spine prickles as an eerie mechanical voice speaks above her head. Some old message for humans, Karho said. Nothing to worry about, but unsettling all the same. It's a relief to get to the workshop. She kicks at the door frame. Scrap delivery. Karho is smaller than Yariskis, still true Drek. Even so, people pay attention to him because he hatched with 8 eyes. That means he's handsome, 1 in a million lucky, and he's sharp. He was in on the plan from the beginning. Yariskis only got tapped because she's his egg cousin. Karho gestures without looking up from his screens. Put it anywhere. The workshop is one of the creepier rooms in the station, in Yariskis' opinion. It's filled with metal tables bolted to the floor. They had to clear out a whole pile of empty Vex bodies before the room was usable. Yariskis tries not to touch anything as she sets down her bundle. What are you working on? Analyzing some old mechanical blueprints. If we can splice into the systems, there's as much to use up here as down on the surface, and there aren't any Vex up here. No Hive, no Lightbearers. No Kells, Karho adds. Plenty of ether if these blueprints hold true though. In the Gauntlet lore, the crew is beginning to set up shop and build some of their Eliksni technology, but parts of the crew begin to go missing. 17 days since arrival. Karho is busy all the time talking to the Vandals and Marauders too big to even look at Yariskis. They're working together to build an ether refinery using old human blueprints from the station. He rarely has time for Yariskis. Karho says, I need to talk to you. Something is wrong. I can't find Paskir. Paskir is another engineer, big for a Vandal. Big enough that his former captain was eyeing him as a challenger, which is why he agreed to steal a catch with them in the first place. Maybe he got lost or stuck in some goo. Whatever the humans did on this station, it involved a lot of liquids. Yariskis disinfects her hands at least 5 times a day. He was going to help me with the nuclear power supply and never showed up, and I heard something in the halls. At her look, Karho adds, something big. Anything big would have starved long before we got here. Just wait, I bet he got stuck in one of the zero-gravity areas and he'll call for help soon. You'll help me look? She hooks an arm around Karho and pulls him away from the almost incinerator. If he doesn't turn up with an embarrassing story in the morning, we'll all look for him. In the chess piece, things get worse as more crewmates start to disappear without a trace. This hopeful Eliksni project and new homes start to feel more ominous as things proceed. Peskir is still missing. She and Karho hunted for him up and down the station for hours. Nobody suggests going back down to the surface. They'd be killed outright. Their big plan, a hidden warren where nobody will ever bother them again, has to work. Yariskis sticks to the smally, dimly lit corridors now, where only the Drex fit. She doesn't like the big, open ones with their flat, bright lights, reverberating acoustics, and the feeling that something is always watching her. Karho stays at his work. Yariskis, ignoring her own, explores the station instead, hunting for their missing crewmates. She makes a tally as she goes, checking every corner of the station, and keeping an ear out for the barely audible whine of a charged scatterscape. A full third of the crew are gone. She can't find Peskir. She can't find anyone. There's nothing to do but give up. Yariskis heads back to Karho's workshop. It's empty, silent as a dead warren. Karho is gone. In the boot, something strange happens. Yariskis finally realizes that something is going on. Even Karho is now missing. She eventually finds Karho, but Karho is acting differently and lures Yariskis into a trap, leading her into the arms of this white captain, which is none other than Atrax. She hasn't seen Karho in days. The remaining engineers only talk to each other, and the servitors groan and bob in the air together in one nervous bundle. And something is stalking the hallways. It has eyes like an Eliksni, but they don't flicker like they should. They burn steadily, lit not by ether but by something else. Even the Marauders tell her about it in whispers, so scared they ignore hierarchy. Yariskis feels its presence in her spiracles. She decides to head for Karho's workshop. She can hide there. Then a Marauder swings into view. His eyes are strange and he doesn't look at Yariskis. He just says, "Come here." She runs, through the halls, leaping over platforms strung together, scoring her side badly on an unexpected twist of metal. The missing crew loom out of corners, calling out as she runs past. She doesn't stop, till a voice calls her by name. It's Karho. He's braced himself in a corner of the ceiling near a broken vent grate that Yariskis knows leads to a station hall. It's too small for anyone bigger than a Drek. She leaps, hands claw at her ankles as Yariskis kicks her way up the wall. "This way," Karho urges. They scurry through the twisting passages, through the vents and under floors that long ago humans never meant for anyone to walk in. They run over wreckage, in and out of the gravity generators pull towards the catch. Maybe they'll be safe there. Maybe they can cast off and run. "What's wrong with them?" Yariskis asks, panting. Her heart kicks hard in her chest. Nothing. Karho stops on a dime at the vent's exit. Yariskis' momentum takes her clear past him into a wide room. She looks far up into the bright, steady glare of mechanical eyes filled with an alien light, and Karho pushes her forward into the waiting arms of the white captain. In the Cloak, the final lore tab, we learn the horrors that Atrax has been committing aboard this station. The whole crew has been changed, turned into a hive mind of sorts, their body parts merged into one entity. Time is suspended. All that remains is the appointed task. The spinners craft tow ropes, power lines, and all-purpose cable, hour after hour without rest. The White Captain moves among them with her many limbs. She feels what they feel, knows what they know as soon as they know it. She uses this information to align, and together they build something new in this home they've found. Every Drek yearns for more arms than their captain allows. Every four-eyed Eliksni looks with envy upon the eight-eyed. Every Kalan Archon raises their horns as high as they dare. Now, together, they are as no Eliksni before them. A miracle, a being of hundreds of limbs, lungs, eyes. The White Captain gently touches the limb previously named Yariskis. Her appointed portion of the great diagram flowers to life in her head. Legs stumbling under her, she moves toward the station's prow. One limb may be unsteady, but their great shared body is strong. Faint noises make no sense, words she doesn't understand, the un-Eliksni babbling of a foreign mind. The only mind that matters is the White Captain's. Hands connect circuits and power lines. The diagram is beautiful but difficult to grasp. She searches for the right shape, the right configuration that will let power flow through its appointed channels. The work goes on until the hands tie off the last cable. The eyes look up, the knees buckle in joy. The heart surges along the bright paths of the diagram. Somewhere in the joined crowd, a single hand throws a single lever. The mind rejoices. Orange light flares to life in the cold dark. It flares in hundreds of souls. Yariskis is there, somewhere. So to summarize it, Atrax is back somehow. She has been corrupting Eliksni here and creating a hive mind out of them, using them as puppets that she controls. She's now called the Puppeteer. The interesting part is that it may not be Atrax at all, but something else controlling her body. The whole goal here was to build a giant anomaly in the skybox, and this army did that.
Ah, my little scallywag. Welcome to my newest home, ever closer to the center of power. Vanguard wants to keep an eye on me, I'm sure. That's fine. I've got more eyes than they do. Plenty of ears, too. An old spider doesn't like what he's hearing from Europa. I had an agent investigating one orbital station for salvage. Then she lost contact. It'd have to be something worse than Salvation vagrants knocking around up there to take her down. All we're getting on the Europa channels now are automated warnings. Old human ones. I'm not sending anyone else on my payroll after a corpse. It's time for drastic measures. You're the drastic measures. I'd sweeten the pot, but we both know you'll take what you want from the facilities anyway. I'll be happy with your leftovers, huh? Give it a look, huh? Just try not to crash this station too, would you?
When our Guardian heads in, we find the remnants, an Eliksni army, corrupted machines like the Servitor, corrupted rooms full of cables and wiring. The Servitor boss is called Ranix Unified, so we see Servitors combined together clearly, but who knows what else is intentionally supposed to be there lore-wise. As we make our way through the Braytech ship, we get hints of the story that could have taken place here. This was likely a vessel that dealt with exo-production to some extent, the human consciousness and mind transferred into a robotic body. We see exo-bodies, Vex, and Radiolaria. The crew, though, is nowhere to be found. I'm not sure about you, but I haven't seen any human bodies anywhere.
Threat level Omega. Object on collision vector. Total station loss expected. Threat level Lambda. Life support is failing. Put on your breath masks or asphyxiate. Threat alert cancelled. All hands take off your helmets. Breathe in. Braytech scan failed. Your gear is out of order. Re-engaging standby mode. Welcome to Vesper Station. Corrupted biomechanical subject adjusted to a new host. Defeat breach containment. He built me physically unable to use the tools to keep people safe. You will do it for me. Threat neutralized. All researchers report for contamination protocols. No life signs detected. They're all gone.
As you progress, you'll encounter this orange energy from the anomaly itself, and the AI describes this should be like arc energy, but it shouldn't look like that.
Power draw on that anomaly is far beyond safe limits. Arc energy shouldn't be that color.
And at the final boss, Atrax is worshipping the anomaly itself. It seems that she is doing the bidding of whoever is behind the anomaly, or they are directly controlling her. She communes with it. She's the host for something greater.
Stay back! That exoframe is the center of the corruption.
After her death, this is mentioned to be some type of portal. Something was dragging Atrax along, possibly even taking control of her body. It has the power to morph beings together in consciousness, which makes me instantly think of darkness. Exos are created with clarity and darkness. The Witness did this, and so did Maya Sundaresh with the Echo. We're also told that wherever this reaches to, it's in a hard-to-reach place, and a message has been sent to the other side. Once you defeat Atrax, the audio says, "Corrupted signal fading, anomaly shutdown complete. The corruption took control of everything. It forced the construction of the anomaly. It could have ruined so much more than it already did. And these facilities are wrecked. Population count, nil. I'm alone. Message in abeyance loop transferred to anomaly. Destination incomprehensible. This message was not authorized." So some type of message in a repeating loop was sent to the anomaly or whatever's on the other side, and the destination is completely unknown or cannot be comprehended. This transmission was not supposed to happen. So whatever entity that forced this corruption onto Atrax and the Eliksni here caused this. Now there are many cool possibilities, and I love this lore so far. I'm not sure if there are any hidden audio logs and secrets, as I've only gotten to the end and haven't completed the quest yet, but it makes you wonder, was this the Nine or something else entirely? It does seem more related to darkness in my opinion with the consciousness, but this corruption spilling from the other side is definitely intriguing, and we'll talk about that in the coming videos. So does this need to be answered? No. Bungie could just keep it a mystery. The stranger could have been talking to any of the characters we know or don't know. Maybe some things were retconned, but how cool would it be to have that payoff for the Destiny 1 vets? Think about the Vault of Glass portal getting updated in Destiny 2 with new locations. It's not something game-changing, but makes the world feel more alive and is a nice tie and Easter egg back to previous content. In the cutscene from Destiny 1, the main focal point for Elsie is to tell the Guardian to find the Black Heart, destroy it so the Traveler could heal. The Vex are the reason we're in this situation. Maybe this was necessary for her time loop. As the conversation continues with the Guardian, we realize she's talking to someone else. This person she's talking to needs help.
I will. I know.
Will what?
I wasn't talking to you, little light.
Now it's important to think about this from a couple of different perspectives. The person could be asking for help here and now, like Elsie, teleport to Mars right now and help me because I'm in a bad situation. Or they could be asking for help in another timeline or another point in the past or future. We don't know, so these theories will explore both options. The person also knows about your Guardian and importance. They're asking, are they there with you? Elsie's like, yeah, they're here. So the Guardian is important in the story they're all tangled up in. They seem to be monitoring the situation to some extent, and to me, seem to be guiding Elsie to speak to the Guardian. They're the one in control. Elsie's role in Destiny 1 was essentially just that, appearing at random times to make sure the Guardian was on the right path.
Bringing you in. We can come back for them when you're ready. Let's get you home. Where's this ghost? We may want to move back.
You need my help, Guardian.
Is that why you brought us here?
They brought us here. The Vex.
In the pre-reboot Destiny story, Osiris served as a guide for the main player. He had a robotic assistant whose motto was, according to a source, scrapped and reused for yet another character who will be familiar to hardcore Destiny fans, the Stranger. This information comes from a Kotaku article from long ago by Jason Schreier. In Destiny's original story, the Crow would have met the players in an early mission, where we'd have witnessed the standoff from the screenshot and worked with them to find Osiris. The pre-reboot Destiny had way more of a focus on story than the actual game wound up having. Story missions before the reboot always began with a communique from a character. They were 30 to 45 second cutscenes of the NPC setting up the mission context. Osiris announcing a dramatic discovery about the Vex and asking you to dig up an ancient relic on Mars. Or the Crow calling for help from the middle of a firefight with the Fallen on Venus. And then every mission ended with a full cutscene, 3 to 5 minutes. Other characters like Crow and Osiris's assistant were rewritten and recycled, becoming respectively Prince Aldrin and the Exo Stranger. Many of the story missions that actually shipped with Destiny were stitched together from older ones. So it is possible that the Venus cutscene, while makes some sense in the Destiny 1 we have now, was originally a part of that pre-reboot story. Osiris was trapped somewhere and his assistant the Exo Stranger would need to help him. He was a mentor and main focus in the game. So that's our first option. Osiris is sort of guiding this behind the scene from the comms and comes under attack maybe by the Vex and needs help.
Too late returning. How many? Hold position, kill the engines, and don't let them find you.
Sometime before Beyond Light, aboard an Ishtar space station in deep space, Elsie Bray encountered a lost ghost named Toki and an alien fish-like creature that was left behind some time prior. Elsie learned that this thing was called a puka, and quickly began to realize it had unique abilities, able to reach into Elsie's mind and pull out memories. The puka was seen in Beyond Light, but not really expanded upon at all. When the fish reappeared again in many trailers for Neomuna and Neptune's Lightfall, we thought we might finally have our answer. Maybe some story mission on Neptune or the intro mission aboard a giant ship could explain Elsie's words back on Venus, but nothing. We did learn that pukas originate here on Neptune, but not even how. Maybe the Neomuni made them with their nanotechnology and Ishtar did, or maybe the Veil had a part to play. Pukas can access memories like darkness. So Lightfall felt like a great opportunity. Maybe Elsie was speaking to Puka.
In that world, there is no future for any of us. I have witnessed this firsthand. I refuse to let it happen again.
Elsie Bray has been going through this continuous cycle, a time loop she's been stuck in. She herself has always been looking for ways to divert this dark future. Helping the Guardian destroy the Black Heart was one step this time that was different. Same with helping us successfully wield darkness. Puka has assisted Elsie in remembering moments from those previous loops. It helped her learn stasis as well. So it could also be possible that she's talking to another version of herself in this cutscene, and this future version of Elsie is guiding the one we see here to take the necessary steps to get out of the loop or close to it. Maybe she can't do it herself, she needs the Guardian to do it. It's the Guardian's destiny. In Frontiers content, say we take part in a new mission. Maybe episode Echoes revealed a horrifying truth about the Vex and Elsie's time loop that needs to be fixed. Not gonna happen, but this is just for fun. Elsie, with some new Vex tech and memory from the Veil, is able to transport us to a specific moment, but only for a bit. The first mission has us travel through a dark ship belonging to the Vex, or something they conquered long ago. We think the coast is clear, but we find Puka, who startles us at first, but then begins to guide us toward the front of the ship. As it guides us, it chirps some noises, and then you hear a response.
Yes, I'm listening. They are here, with me.
Puka approaches a dark room and suddenly stops. The lights go out, and you hear the sounds of stomping lingering nearby as a Vex construct, a new large enemy, crashes through the wall. As you begin to run, Puka chirps frantically through the comms channel.
Too late returning. How many? Hold position, kill the engines, and don't let them find you.
The Guardian proceeds to fight as Puka hides in a storage container. And at the end of the mission, you realize what's been causing this time loop for Elsie, and the next steps you need to take together to end it. Now that's just some random mission I just made up on the spot here. It could be something much simpler. She said kill the engine, so it makes me think it's a vehicle of some kind, either a ship, Sparrow, or something else. The whole point there is to say it could be the Guardian. Is she speaking to your Guardian from a different point in time? In a recent video with some new lore from Echoes, we talked about Elsie Bray's connection to Praedyth. In the Vex network, there's many different voices. All the Ishtar researchers are there, Praedyth's there, and some other secret enemies like the giant quiet thing it was called. Only one of them is able to escape in what we think is the conductor, but the others do speak together as they reach for this light and way to escape the network. One of the voices says, "Tell Elsie, Praedyth still." So from that line, we learn that Elsie Bray has had contact with Praedyth in the past, and to tell her that Praedyth still, I'm assuming, exists and can escape at some point. As we know, Praedyth and his fire team fell to the Vault of Glass in the Vex long ago. From recent lore books and also the one back in Shadowkeep, we know he's still out there, and a future mission with Elsie Bray to try and bring him back would be pretty cool. Praedyth in that Shadowkeep lorebook had a history of tinkering with Vex technology and what he had around him to create various devices, so maybe this engine is some type of Vex engine and allows him to communicate. This would be one of the coolest possibilities in my mind. And what about some random thoughts? It could be anyone involved with Bray Corp or the Ishtar Collective. Clovis, Anna, or Vex expert Maya Sundaresh. Personally though, those don't really fit for me. Elsie was there with Clovis for the EXO program and she began to see how messed up he was. And to me, whoever she's talking to feels more like someone she respects, like an Osiris from the original story, like a Praedyth or the Guardian.
We haven't got much time.
Who are you?
Why have you been watching us?
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain. I will. I know.
Will what?
I wasn't talking to you, Little Light.
I'm a ghost, actually.
Many Guardians fell. Strong ones. But you made it here. Yes, I'm listening. They are here. With me.
Who's she talking to?
Understood. You need my help, Guardian.
Is that why you brought us here?
They brought us here. The Vex. Evil so dark it despises other evil.
You're not a Guardian.
No. I was not forged in light. But I believe where our paths cross, ground could break. Have you heard of the Black Garden?
We've heard the legends.
The greatest threat to us all lies there. Where these machines are born. Find the Black Garden. Rip out its heart. Only then will your traveler begin to heal.
Can you help us find it?
My path's my own. I can't.
If we're going to find the Black Garden, we need to see the Awoken.
Ah, yes. The Awoken. Out there wavering between the light and the dark. A side should always be taken, Little Light. Even if it's the wrong side. Too late returning. How many? Hold position, kill the engines, and don't let them find you.
So, how do we find the Awoken?
They live all the way out at the edge of the darkness. Last place the light touches. Can't we just stay here with the murderous robots?
No. Little Light.
Don't do that.
So what is the Vanguard Dare? The Vanguard Dare is essentially a gamble among hunters on who will take the spot of Hunter Vanguard. Most hunters like the wilds and don't like to be cooped up in the tower for long periods of time. Long ago, Andal and Cayde made a dare. These were two hunter friends. Whoever killed Taniks the Scarred, the other would become the Hunter Vanguard. Cayde ended up killing Taniks, or so he thought, meaning that Andal would take up the position. But Taniks, as always, was alive and killed Andal, so Cayde took the position to honor his friend, thus where he remained throughout the events of Destiny 1 and part of 2. Fast forward to Forsaken. Cayde 6 dies at the hands of Aldrin Sov. So technically, Aldrin could have been the next leader of the Hunters, if he wasn't evil and corrupted by darkness, if things somehow worked out. But as that story goes, the Guardian goes on a revenge mission and kills Aldrin. Sometime later, the Traveler revives Aldrin, who becomes the Crow. With no memory of who he was a Guardian now, risen by the Traveler, the Light. Since Cayde's death, the position was vacant for years. Zavala spoke to characters like Anna about the struggle to keep the Vanguard together. When Cayde passed, I saw the fracturing of the Vanguard as a path toward inevitable failure. Still, it has proved impossible to fill his seat. I believed I would be too weak to lead without the balance added by his unique perspective. As it turns out, his life was but one in an eternity of choices. Zavala, Relax. I'm not offering you the job, unless you killed Cayde, and we've had the wrong man this whole time. So that was from Season of the Arrivals. Hunters you see like Anna didn't want to take the spot of Cayde. When Crow was first revived, everyone hated him. He spent weeks at a time alone in the Cosmodrome. Guardians would beat him up and I believe even kill him a couple of times. Glint would have to revive him. He spends his days alone. Other Guardians are an unpredictable source of pain and confusion, and they see him the same way. Some react to him with outright hostility. Others are overcome by some personal and unexplained grief. He doesn't know why. That was the most painful lesson of being reborn. It's better to be alone, so he's always alone now, except for his ghost. In Season of the Hunt, along with help from Osiris or Savathun, Crow ventures back to the city in disguise, and after an entire season of trying to help, is revealed to Zavala when his mask gets destroyed.
Are you all right?
I'm alive.
Zavala tries to figure things out. He and Ikora now know that Aldrin Sov, the Crow, was in the city. In the meantime, Crow runs some scouting missions for the Vanguard and begins to build a relationship. In Splicer, Crow sends a message.
I've sent your friend on a reconnaissance mission while I determine the best way forward.
Can't say I'm enjoying lying low, Commander. Reminds me of the old days. But, hey, I'm nothing if not good at following orders. If it was my choice, I'd be there helping you get the Elixni settled in the city. Might be hard to believe, but they're more like us than you think. Just give them a chance, like you did for me.
In Season of the Lost, Savathun shows Crow his entire past as Aldrin. He learns that he was the one that killed Cayde, and suddenly those moments of every Guardian hating him now becomes more clear of why. He knows about the Vanguard Dare, and also the control Mara had over him for years. He leaves the city for a bit to decompress. In Witch Queen, the Vanguard Scout is back and has some issues when he thinks that studying the Lucent Hive is wrong. Zavala is about to have him see himself out under Caiatl, but Saladin steps in and takes the blow.
Done.
Zavala, you can't.
Not a word.
And in Haunted, he confronts the nightmares of his past and deals with them, making way for his true purpose under the Traveler. Listen to this dialogue.
Second chances. Turns out I've been using mine wrong. I thought being a Guardian was my destiny, that wielding the light for good was the most I had to offer. But it's clear now. This is what the Traveler chose me for. I was reforged in the light for a purpose. To remake something dead and gone into something beautiful. To learn how to forge something new from what we were. Everything Aldrin did to the Reef, the Scorn, Fikrul. I have a responsibility. No. A calling to make them whole. And I can't replace Cayde. But I can cover his old patrols. Maybe organize the hunters a bit, if they'll let me.
clean up some of my mess. I don't know if I can fix everything Uldren left broken, but I can try.
For the last couple of years, Crow has faced those nightmares and would build a bond with the city and allies. He assisted us in taking on the Shadow Legion enemies and rescuing civilians in Defiance. He reforges his bond with the Awoken and his sister. And in Season of the Wish this year, Crow wishes that he didn't kill Cayde, wishes he could tell him that he shouldn't have done it. Riven ends up granting this wish, and Crow chooses to go through the portal first and open the way for everybody else inside the Traveler. Inside, he meets Cayde, and our journey in the final shape begins.
You gotta get better boots, Crow. I could hear you coming a mile away. Now, Uldren, he could sneak up on a fella. I finally have someone to talk to about Crow's stupid haircut. We gotta get out there and find Crow. I was expecting him, not you, and that ain't a good sign.
In the final shape, Cayde and Crow bond. Of course, they had an issue with each other in those first moments in that gunfight, but quickly realized there are bigger problems here inside the Traveler. By the time your Guardian enters, the two are already working together, and throughout the missions they have some great banter back and forth as they work with our character.
Oh,
what is it?
It's a child's voice.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, it's whispering something. Crow, Crow, why did you murder the handsomest hunter in Sol?
Bastard.
Here, I need backup. Crow wants to talk about how wonderful it is that the Traveler brought me back. Like Ikora hasn't done enough of that already.
It wasn't the Traveler. It was me. I wished my way here on an Ahamkara.
What the hell made you think that was a good idea?
We were out of options. I remember thinking that I wanted to do this because I had to make things right. And just before I took the plunge, I remember thinking about the great Cayde 6. No light, no ghost, fearlessly staring up at me from the wrong side of his own gun. And there you were.
And there I was. You know, one of the first things my ghost Sundance said to me was that I was capable of greatness. You remind me of her a little.
In what way?
You're both a pain in my ass.
After the first 7 missions, we had time to wait for the final battle. So as everyone prepares, we take on some missions and new threats in the Pale Heart, like the Screebs and Scorn with Cayde and Crow. During that mission, which had some pretty unique mechanics by the way, like camping and staking out shanks, Cayde gives the position of Hunter Vanguard to Crow.
This is the spot Micah told me about. The Witness is experimenting with Dark Ether and Screebs. We should track down all the targets we can, destroy them, and try to contain their ether.
Okay, first step of every successful mission is a code name. I am thinking Operation Screebmageddon. It really rolls off the tongue.
Really?
I'm not hearing any bright ideas coming out of you. Screeb Musk. Ode to Screeb, if you will.
I will not.
Hey, one of the perks of being in the Vanguard is getting to come up with the names.
This is serious.
Which is exactly why it needs a stupid name. It helps keep it light.
That war beast couldn't be the source of the Dark Ether. There's more going on here than we thought.
Well, it's a good thing I came back from the dead to help, huh, kid?
Guess so. I'm starting to think wishing for you wasn't a mistake after all.
Maybe. You know, something about that wish stuff still doesn't sit right with me. You know, between us, I think part of me always knew it wasn't the Traveler that brought me back. I ain't that special.
That's not true. Ikora needs you. Zavala needs you. Your hunters need you.
No, that's the thing. See, I'm not sure they do anymore.
I'll tell you a secret. I'm not always so sure I have one either. purpose. I tell myself I was chosen for a reason, but we all crave meaning, Cayde. That's just life. No matter who or what gave it to you. Do whatever you want with it.
Thanks, kid.
Cayde has his own way of doing things. I respect that. He might not think he's special, but he's got a special something. The type of heroism that doesn't typically lead to a line of succession. It's why the Hunters were so loyal to him, why many still are. It's why the Vanguard is still incomplete. And why you hunted down Uldren.
9, 10.
Are you keeping count?
No, just shooting things and saying numbers. Not 12, by the way.
Oh, okay. As long as you didn't think this was a competition. Because I'm at 13.
Oh, that's how it's gonna be?
Come on, old guard. I dare you to beat me.
Oh, be careful with that word.
I don't understand.
It's a new cloak. If you're gonna be the next Hunter Vanguard, you'll need one.
The Vanguard dare.
Isn't law. If it was, Uldren would have the position. But none of that matters. This needs to be your choice. If you don't want it, or you're not ready, don't do it. And I wasn't ready, but I did the best I could.
But you're the Hunter Vanguard.
Not anymore. Too much paperwork. Now, you want purpose. This is it, kid. Me, I can't be tied to a desk if I'm gonna find mine. Just think about it. I dare you.
I will.
Make sure you celebrate, yeah? Life's still all about that time. Big fight coming up. Let's get to it. Hey, good job dodging the Vanguard gig.
That's why you're one of my favorites.
Zavala, Cayde told me something that you need to know.
What is it?
He doesn't intend to return as Hunter Vanguard. He thinks Crow deserves the job.
Indeed. Crow is more than ready. And he's a different person now.
Perhaps we all are.
As we know, in the end, Cayde sacrifices himself to save your ghost. And in the final cutscene, we see Crow in his new role, with his new cloak and haircut thanks to Cayde's comments.
Well, maybe because we haven't celebrated it yet. Guardian, Ghost, you're just in time. Tell them Cayde wouldn't let a little work get in the way of having a good time.
So Uldren Sov, Crow, has come full circle. He was hated for years by many, even after he returned as Crow and began to help the city. Having Cayde return in the final shape, bond with Crow, and be the one to personally pass the torch felt super fitting, compared to Crow just claiming the position on his own. Cayde was a super important part of the final shape for multiple reasons. Over the last couple of years, Crow has been a big part of this universe and will continue to be as a new part of the Vanguard and leader in the city. Today though, we are going to focus in on Apollo, the first expansion that will kick things off next summer. Now, we still have 2 more episodes to go until then, Revenant and Heresy, but it will definitely change the way Destiny works, hopefully for the better. Bungie says that Apollo is the beginning of a new multi-year spanning saga which will bring new characters, factions, and storylines. This is the most exciting part for me. We definitely need new content, not characters we've seen for 10 years since Destiny's release and season after season, Osiris and Saint. Sure, those characters have some cool stories, but we need something new and fresh. The theme for this new saga is not yet revealed, but it will bring many changes. The biggest being a non-linear story and gameplay approach. The player will arrive on this new destination and choose where they want to go. As they explore, the story will unfold before them in a cohesive way. You don't have to go from point A, B, C to D, you can go A to D to B, then C. As players progress through these different threads, they will unlock new parts of the overarching narrative, rewarding them for exploring and engagement with the game's world. This is something that does sound exciting. With a sci-fi universe like Destiny, just think of the possibilities. You can make any crazy location you want, litter it with secrets, some crazy story and mystery, and let the player explore. Let the imagination run wild. You're not confined to, say, like a Call of Duty campaign story. Here's what Destiny 2's former narrative lead had to say about this when it was revealed last week. So it originally started on a tweet from Allison Lurs, who is the current narrative director. She says she was up until 2 in the morning watching a mocap session for this that was taking place in Sweden, and she woke up to a glimpse of the article being revealed. Cole Harrington says, did some storyboards for this, and I adore the direction the team is taking the narrative, and I can't wait for folks to see more. To which Robert Brooks, the former narrative lead, says, your storyboards were so good too. Y'all are gonna lose your minds when you find out what this is. This is what I was working on right before the layoffs. It's honestly a cool-ass story. The definition of Apollo is the ancient Greek and Roman god of light, healing, music, poetry, prophecy, and manly beauty, the son of Leto and brother of Artemis. So in Destiny's case, I'm sure it would be the gods of light. That, of course, unless it's just a cool code name for an expansion. So narrative directors are excited about the direction this game is going, especially story-wise. And Destiny game director Tyson Green also mentioned how Bungie is sort of prototyping different gameplay ideas as well, like Metroidvania-type game modes and sandboxes, and also survival aspects. Something like that would definitely fresh up the Destiny experience. Now I know it's kind of on a different level, but I kind of thought about Fortnite. Fortnite is bringing some of these games and modes into a game that's already so popular, just increasing its reach. If Bungie did that even a little bit with different genres, say like a survival shooter, I'm sure that would attract new players and give some of the veterans something fresh to experience. In their article, Bungie revealed 3 images and concept pieces. 2 of them for sure belong to Apollo. The first one may, but it just seems like an overall Frontier image, but here it is. Now personally, I did miss a couple of things the first time around when showing it to you all. Guardians are seen camping atop a cliff with sparrows, ghosts, and machinery that overlook a vast distance. Multiple ships hover out there among the rocky-looking plains. I thought this could have been the Helm last week, maybe it's something different, and then we have the Vex Citadel on the left side. So our first hint could point to this as being on Venus. Venus was terraformed by the Traveler before the collapse, so other beautiful areas may exist, contrasting some of the harsh jungles we've seen in-game. This does look quite a distance away from the Citadel, and there's also always the possibility that Venus could have been further transformed after the events of the final shape. Maybe the Traveler does something, or light and dark powers alter the planet. Random theories. There's also the possibility that this isn't Venus at all. Maybe other Vex Citadels exist, and one just happened to be on Venus in Destiny 1. We've seen one recently in the Black Garden in Season of the Wish. We see a Titan symbol on the Sparrow, and clearly they are camping out and looks like surviving. So could this be another hint at the concepts of the survival type game modes that Tyson Green was talking about? We next come to Image 2, which for sure is a part of Apollo. This is concept art for the brand new destination. We see pink skies, in the center a ship, like not like a spaceship, but a human marine vessel. It appears to me at least that this used to be an area where water existed, maybe an ocean. Perhaps this ship sunk down and was a part of a shipwreck and the water somehow was flushed away later on. We see some plants scattered around and strange tendril-like plants near the ship in the distance. It kind of reminds me of egregore, but it's too hard to tell. Could just be some type of alien seaweed for all we know, although there is no water. Floating all around this place are these strange drones, I'll call them for now. They have an interesting shape that kind of reminded me of Rog's head for some reason, and some wires emerging from beneath them that seem to connect to the ground in some areas. Some people have compared the symbol on this device to that of the Deepstone Crypt and Braytech. Others say it reminds them of the Veil symbol, but it is different from both. The big question is are these things man-made or do they belong to some alien species? Apollo Image 3 shows us this, which we can only assume is the same world as the previous image. This time though, we see crashed spaceships too, it looks like. A barren rocky landscape stretches out to the distance, and in space we can see two moons or planets and a giant ring around the top of the image. This is either part of the clouds or a larger structure. The same drones are scattered around the area. So to me, it would appear that these drones could be a couple of things. One, they belong to humanity and were sent to these vessels to scout, document what was left and what existed on these planets. Maybe they belong to Clovis Bray, the Exodus program. And like the Exodus ships that landed on Neomuna and some were intended to go beyond to the Andromeda Galaxy, they instead didn't make it and crashed on some distant planet. Option 2 for these drones is there are alien devices on this world. Maybe they caused the crashes, maybe they're just scouting as well. So those are the images. Where could this be though? Given this is meant to kick off the saga, some have speculated that it may still be in Sol, or at least on its outer edges, kickstarting our journey to new frontiers beyond just our solar system. What we do know is that this appears to be a place where for some reason many ships have crashed and it seems dormant of life. Let's go ahead and throw out some fun ideas. The first place my mind went was to a concept of Enceladus created for Destiny 2. We know that the Deepstone Crypt was originally supposed to be on Enceladus as Cade told us. It was even concepted a lot by artists, but Bungie decided to go with Europa instead for Beyond Light. Here's a concept for Enceladus though. Guardians walk around the surface with a new vehicle and rover type thing, and a massive human marine vessel ship is frozen in the ice. How? I have no idea. Maybe like Titan, humanity had ships here and the collapse threw things around. So that's an option for sure. These were human-occupied worlds, or somehow ships were transported here. The first option clearly seems more likely. Another planet of interest I've seen people talk about is Pluto. During the Golden Age, something involving the Vex happened on Pluto, an incident at a Clovis Bray installation. Rasputin became involved and Clovis got all mad about it, but we don't know much beyond that. So that does confirm Vex presence, and there were Braytech facilities here. Beyond that, there also seems to be derelict spaceships in Pluto's orbit according to lore cards. This is where Elsie found a lost ghost Toki and her Puka companion. A Cloud Strider made it to the spaceport, the ship, but something happened to them. So the Neomuni did have presence in Pluto's orbit, and it seemed likely that they would have at least visited the surface as well. Maybe the drones belonged to the Neomuni. So Pluto clearly has some history and appears to be a graveyard for ships like this one in orbit and mysterious installations on its surface. While Clovis Bray and Braytech remnants on these planets could be interesting, I do hope we get something completely new. They did talk about new characters, factions, and things like that. Sure, Clovis Bray and Braytech could bridge over to some of that, but we definitely need something new. In the Pseudo-Arachne facade helmet from Lightfall, we get an interesting lore tab. A dumpster diver in Neomuna discovers information about one of Neptune's moons and someone that visited there who found alien creatures in some strange lands. Dumpster diving wasn't the classiest of hobbies, but it gave her insight she couldn't get anywhere else. At least, that's what she reminded her ghosts as the two scoured the alleyways of Neomuna. The helmet had a lovely heft in her hands as she pulled it from a pile of expired tech and half-melted Vex. This was a rare find. Turns out, people who live in a highly advanced virtual society also have an almost perfect waste disposal system. Almost. As she examined her prize, she spied something poking out from inside. She retrieved 5 yellowed sheets of actual paper, covered in barely legible writing. Expedition number 17, Thalassa. Unsatisfied with excursions on Neptune, I've begun to take my trips a bit further to its surrounding moons. Boring, she skipped ahead. Appears to be a conglomeration of space junk long fused together. Deep blue, green, and yellow hues ripple across amalgamate hills. Too many big words. I do not appear to be its first visitor. She continued to skim. Shipwreckage, old pieces of armor, coloring unlike anything I've ever seen, not made for human. Huh, the helm sure looks like it would fit. Large creatures, many legs. Her eyes widened. Finally, it was getting good. She turned the page over. Nothing. Blank. With a scoff, she crumpled up the papers, tossed them over her shoulder, and stalked off with the helmet. Expedition log number 17. Neptune's second closest satellite, Thalassa. Neptune's wilderness proved unsatisfying, so I began to take trips further out to surrounding moons. Equipment detected several chemical signatures. Samples should be plentiful. If readings are accurate, collected resources will help Neomuna greatly. Touchdown evaluation. Initial readings detect nominal quantities of phosphates and bountiful networks of framework silicates. Networks are jutting out from nearby caverns and visible to the naked eye. I cite novice oil painting skills to describe the network's hues as such: deep blue, green, and yellow. Note cross-reference hue interpretation with paint tubes. I cite minimal creative writing knowledge to describe the landscape. The hues ripple across amalgamate hills that roll as far as the eye can see. Initial exploration. Came upon a shipwreck, very old, parts burnt out beyond recognition. Found items in nearby area. 1 armored glove, unusable, built for 3 digits. One of which appears opposable. 2 armored shin guards, simple design, both cracked. 1 helmet, visor intact. Observations. The armor is painted, markings unrecognizable but appear intentional. Hazard. Fauna observed at nearest cavern. Large creatures, many legs, pincers. Having no experience in zoology, I conclude probably unfriendly. Discovered the unique pattern on the found helmet matches the coloring of the creatures. An attempted disguise? Sample collected framework silicate 2.2 kilos. Continued observation. Creatures are unfriendly. Attempted to collect more samples, unknowingly encroached on territory. Theory is that the helmet was indeed an attempted disguise. Perhaps I will utilize it as well. End documentation. So somebody dumpster diving in Neomuna found papers from an explorer who went to one of Neptune's moons. On the moon, they found shipwrecks, armor and gloves built for characters with 3 fingers. The armor was painted, and it seemed that whoever wore it was trying to blend in with the creatures found on the planet. Large creatures with many legs and pincers. This lore released in Lightfall, but it does seem like it could fit with this new Apollo destination. So that moon of Neptune could also be an option. Something else I thought of, and I don't really have anything to back this up, but what if these ships belong to Dead Orbit? We know that after the events of Splicer and Lakshmi's attempted coup, the factions left the city. Dead Orbit has always prided itself on trying to leave Earth and eventually the solar system, try and live elsewhere, but did they survive? We haven't heard anything since. We also know that Aphrodite was a part of a pacifist Guardian group, a non-military Guardian community in the Deep System. But Aphrodite, though happy to talk about the group's pacifist philosophies, refused to disclose the settlement's location. So many questions remain, many possibilities exist. Robert Brooks mentioned that fans are going to freak out when they learn what this is, so it makes me kind of think it's related to something we know about or been wondering about for a long time, but I'm not sure. Lore-wise, that exotic helm lore I read does seem like it could fit, so I guess we'll see. So from all of this, my best guess is that this is a world relatively close to humanity and Sol, maybe the edges of our system. There's lots of Golden Age wreckage, and while Clovis, Neomuni, Vex could be cool, I hope these drones are something different, something alien that brings even more mystery. What if something else sent these here to scout and spy on the Sol system? Would be pretty cool. Anyway, Guardians, that's all we got for today's video. Let us know your theories and thoughts in the comments down below. If you'd like to see some more Destiny lore and mysteries just like this as well, please be sure to subscribe to the channel. I thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in the next video.